Parks, Matthew Ransom, Misty Bolt, Pam Boyd, Patrick McLaughlin, Peter Davis, Rob Pattinson, Sarah Fink, Shelley, Stephen Feinberg, Steve Wygowski.
Okay, wow, we have a good attendance tonight. The next item is the adoption of the agenda. And before we adopt the agenda, I would like to remove from the agenda item F3, which is the report from the administration committee. And I'll explain why. So this item was structured per discussion of the administration committee and was intended to provide the information that the committee had promised in a prior report about two different models for administrative structure. However, I think that the committee anticipated that the materials to accompany the report would be part of the meeting packet, and we did not succeed in providing the materials as part of the meeting packet. So when that didn't occur, I thought we could still go forward with the presentation because this was for discussion only. And I've subsequently concluded that this approach has sort of led to a perception that we're somehow concealing something, and rather than have people feel that that is the case, which is exactly the opposite of our intent, I propose that we remove this from the agenda for this evening, and that we provide the materials ahead of a meeting where we can talk about the subject that was to be a part of the report.
That would be fine, makes sense. I'm sorry we won't have Diane Benson. I just want to thank her, community volunteer, for her service as part of the Township Administration Committee. If we remove F3, I would ask that we add a brief discussion item under unfinished business. Make it I4 perhaps. A brief discussion item to determine and decide when we will have the materials and begin discussion on the topic of Scio Township's administrative structure. So I would say a brief discussion, possible action item to decide when we will have the materials for public and board review and possibly have the discussion. Will Kathy and Alec have their hands up? Will?
Right, just taking a note here. Who was first? I didn't see.
Kathy.
I will support this motion. I also want to add or clarify, we need to have the materials at least a week in advance of the meeting. I think that that's been a problem for board members, for members on the administrative committee, and obviously for our residents. So we need, excuse my dog, we need to have the materials at least a week in advance. We can have discussion about that. A week, possibly 2 weeks in advance, so people have time to review the materials.
Are there other comments? Alec?
Yes, I'm not in favor of additional discussion regarding the administrative model this evening. That's what we should hold at a special meeting. I would suggest that I don't know this to be the case, but I know there's a number of meetings that may be required. And so that I agree 100% with Kathy that we need to provide the materials a week in advance. But I would think it would be difficult to determine the exact date of the next meeting based on all of the other meetings that we should be factoring in to this schedule. But I think that we could make a motion, or I'd be comfortable making a motion that we could have that meeting either on or before the next scheduled regular BOT meeting.
All right,
So we can talk about it when we get to that point.
Yeah,
but
we're just dealing with the agenda at this point.
that's
So,
correct.
all right, so if I understand correctly, Alec, you are not in favor of the additional item that Jessica proposed. Are there other comments? Jessica?
Just a process point. I just wanted to have a brief discussion, possible action item to determine exactly what Alec's talking about. One of the, just to determine, and I have a model motion for that. I don't think it's the appropriate time, modifying the agenda to do that. And I believe, correct me if you have a different understanding, Alec, we need to have an item on the agenda in order to determine. I mean, I would propose that we could have the materials as soon as next Friday morning, May 7th. But again, I think we need to have a brief action, a brief item to determine that, Alec, unless you have a different understanding about the procedure.
No, you can have the item on the agenda, and then we have the option to either say yay, nay, or table the item when it comes up in the agenda. So you're correct.
Do we need a support for?
Well, so we have, I'm sorry, Jacqueline, you had your hand up, and then but Donna, you're wondering if we needed support for a motion?
Well, Alec made a motion. Are we holding on that or?
Well,
No,
Jessica already made a motion.
I think he was talking about a motion, but I think it's something that we wouldn't.
once
it's
you
It's not a change to the agenda.
once you create the agenda item, which is whatever number Jessica just said, I don't recall, then when we get to that in the meeting, we'll have the opportunity to either make a motion that we could
Correct.
table and say yay or nay to, once we get to that item.
Okay.
Thank
I'm
you.
good.
And Alec, I was just clarifying. I thought you were saying that you were against having the item. I do want to clarify though, Alec, the purpose of that brief item is to talk about timeline and process, not to get into content.
So if I understand, wait, I'm sorry, Jacqueline, you had your hand up. I don't want to cut you off.
I don't know if we're going to move all the agenda changes at once, or are we doing these as separate items? If we're moving them all at once, I would like to propose adding a brief new agenda item, J9, on behalf of the Planning Commission for the board to determine whether to make a one-time exception to the virtual meeting policy in order for the Planning Commission to conduct a site visit to test acoustics. It will be an outdoor site visit.
Okay. All right. Are there any other changes to the agenda? So just to make sure that we understand what the changes to the agenda that are proposed are to remove F3, to add I4.
I didn't put my hand up.
J9.
Yes, that's what I have, Will.
All right. Would someone like to move the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Moved by Palmer,
Support.
support by Flintoft. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoft. Yes. Courteau. I was
Yes.
like, who's that bozo? Jerome,
Yes.
Knol,
Yes.
agenda adopted as amended.
Okay. Now we have communications to the Board of Trustees. And do you want to review those items, or are these just in the packet and we just?
Sure, they're all in the packet. The two that will be added that came in since about 4 p.m. today. One from Laura Hindle regarding Scio's administrative structure, And the second from Jillian Carey. I haven't had a chance to read it yet, but characteristics of effective and ethical public servants. Both will be included in the packet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I just realized I skipped right over item D, approval of the minutes. We have the minutes from the April 13th meeting. Are there any modifications to the minutes of that meeting, or would someone like to move approval of the minutes?
I move
Jack-
that we approve the minutes of the April 13th meeting as presented.
Moved by Courteau. Is that a hand to speak or is to support?
Support.
Support by Knol. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes,
Flintoft, yes, Courteau,
Yes.
Jerome,
Yes.
Knol.
Yes.
Minutes are adopted.
Okay, now we're on to reports. And we have, the first report is from the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Department.
Thank you. We have materials in the packet as well as Lieutenant Alan Hunt here. Let me just bring him in. He's our assigned lieutenant. And this will be the first report from the Sheriff's Department for the new board. Lieutenant Hunt,
Good evening, everybody. It's nice to see you all.
you
Let
too.
me join your meeting today. So obviously, my name's Al Hunt. I'm the operations lieutenant for the west side of the county. So basically, I'm essentially responsible for everything that goes on for the sheriff's office west of 23. My office is located in Scio at the sheriff's station right there. So that's where I spend most of my time during the day. I was asked to kind of give you guys a general overview especially for some of the people that haven't been here or in your position particularly long, kind of an idea of what the sheriff's office does and what you contract for our services there in Scio. So essentially, we are a contract policing agency. So only the various townships or villages or cities that want our service have to pay specifically for our service, and they determine the amount of deputies that they want to have and all those specifics and details. Currently, you guys are contracting for a total of 8 positions with us. And so that gives you full 24/7 coverage. We actually have 2 current vacancies, however, that we fill with overtime when needed. One of those vacancies is on days, one of those is on mids. We have 2 day shift cars currently, 3 noon shift cars, and 1 midnight car. And so essentially, if we were up to full staff, like full-time staff, we would have 3 day shift cars, 3 noon cars, and 2 midnight cars. But staffing for the sheriff's office has been challenging for some time. We're constantly looking to hire new people, and we are constantly hiring new people. In the next few years, we're experiencing a significant number of retirements. We had about 20 years ago, there was a buyout, and so a significant number of senior people left. So a whole bunch of people came in at that time and were new, and those people are now kind of hitting their 25-year mark. The people that came in 25 to 20 years are going to be retiring soon. So we've got significant turnover at the sheriff's office, which does have us with the number of vacancies. There's probably about 100 deputies for the road patrol, not including sergeants, command staff, and detectives. So we have about 100 positions. Currently, we have 17 full-time vacancies on our road patrol. So that's like a 16.5% vacancy rate, but we are working very actively to kind of rectify that. We recruit across the state. We go out and do visits at various academies. We're identifying people that we can sponsor. I was actually at the range today we're sponsoring a number of people at the upcoming Washtenaw Police Academy. And so to get those people in and get them through and kind of get them up to speed as quickly as possible. But again, it takes time, especially for our profession, to get somebody up to speed and get them in solo patrol. Between academy and 6 months of field training, you're looking at a year if you were to sponsor somebody to go to go to the police academy and then hire. But even once we get people hired, it takes 6 months of field training and on the job training with an experienced deputy to get that person up to speed. So it's a continuous challenge for us that we're working very diligently to solve. But with that being the case, we actually had one of our guys from Scio retire earlier this year. A lot of the times the West Side staff, particularly in Scio and Dexter, tend to be very senior staff. They went out and they did their early career out in Ypsilanti and Superior Township and dealt with lots of in-progress crimes and got lots of really good experience. And then when they're feeling a little bit older and don't want to, run after bad guys day in and day out every single night, they like to come out west and finish out their career out here. And so the nice thing is that gives us a lot of real senior experience, people that have been there and done that and seen everything that you can imagine. And so that gives us great investigative experience. And we have a little bit more time out west to do that kind of thing. So with that being the case, we do have a couple of vacancies currently, but as far as our minimum staffing goes, we're always going to have 2 deputies on the weekdays. So Monday through Friday, day shift for us is 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. You'll always have 2 deputies working. And then on Saturday and Sunday, there's always at least 1 deputy working for our day shift. On afternoons, we always have 2 deputies working. And then on midnights, we always have at least 1 deputy working. So, and again, our staffing models get very confusing and complicated really quick, but that's kind of the general rules that we make sure that we're filling, whether there's a vacancy or not. Somebody will be either volunteer for overtime and take it, or we'll order them to volunteer and take it. So one way or the other, you're always going to have pretty much 2 on days, 2 on noons, 1 on midnights. Based on the fact that you guys do have 8 positions that you contract for, if you notice in some of the reports, you'll notice something called banked hours. So for hours that we're actually not providing, where you basically say like on midnights, where you contract for 2 deputies on midnights, we will always provide at least 1 based on the minimum staffing, but technically you should be having 2 deputies working at least 3 days a week. And so the days that we aren't filling that position, we bank those hours for you. So we keep track of the hours that we're not necessarily filling for those vacant positions that we have. And what we do is we kind of hold on to those and we use those to then essentially like pay back. So if I were to want to hire 2 deputies to work a midnight shift, or for say later on in the summer when we have the Jackson cruise, what I can do is I can kind of hold on to those hours when I need 5 people working that day in order to work that special event. Then I can use those banked hours to essentially have the sergeant hire extra deputies for those days where we need additional staffing. Or if we need to do some additional investigative resources, we've used a couple recently based on, if you noticed in the executive report, that you had a couple of home invasions, B&Es last month. And so a couple of deputies have been working very diligently on investigating those. We've identified some suspects. So I used some banked hours over the weekend to hire one of the deputies to go out and do a search warrant and speak with the suspect and do some additional investigation. So those hours get used. And if at the end of the year, if we haven't paid you those hours back by hiring additional staff throughout the year, then what we do is we cut you guys a check and you get a check back for whatever hours you paid for that we didn't provide service for throughout the year. So when you see banked hours, that's what it's really talking about. And if anybody has any more questions on that, I can meet with you in person because it is kind of a complicated formula how all that works, but that's the Reader's Digest overview. So also working out of Scio Township, we have 1 sergeant that's basically assigned as the administrative sergeant for Scio Township, and then myself working out of Scio Township as well. The sergeants there, our sergeants work on a 12-hour shift schedule, so it's a little bit different from the deputies. But Sergeant Krings is your assigned sergeant, and he's been out in Scio for several years now. Top-notch administrative guy, very sharp, real good cop. So I'm glad I have him out here to help me out because I can just give him stuff and he just knocks it out and makes sure everything's squared away for me. Additional resources that you get outside of the basic road patrol that you pay for through your contract, you get access to our detective bureau. Our detective bureau is relatively small, but they're extremely experienced. Mostly they handle homicides and really significant crimes like that. Every once in a while, they will help with additional crimes. Like I'll talk about one of the B&Es later. They actually helped with the deputy that was that I mentioned was on banked hours, doing some additional investigation. They came out, a couple of detectives helped him with that over the weekend, just based on the dollar value that were incurred during his losses during that particular crime. So you have our investigative resources, which you don't have to pay for. Those are totally free, no matter how many hours they work a case. That's all included in your contract. Additionally, we have a secondary road patrol officer who's basically a traffic car. And he patrols anything that isn't like an M or I type roadway. So he's not on the highways. He's not on like M52 or those types of roads. Everything else he handles. And so he's got a lot of experience. So say when we're getting the Jake braking complaints out on the southern part of Zeb Road for the noisy semis, he's the guy that I send out there to go deal with that, because that's all he does. He doesn't take calls unless it's related to a traffic crash. He's just out there doing traffic, and he's free. You guys don't pay for that service. That's just additional on top of what we do. And so that kind of goes over what we provide for you guys. And anybody have any questions about that? The basic services we provide? If not, I'll move on to going over the March executive report. Just hit some of the highlights that we have there. There were 732 calls for service, including traffic stops within Scio Township last month. Of those, 240 of them were traffic stops, and the deputies wrote 41 citations. Again, citations are something that it's a discretionary act for us. We're not out looking to make money for anybody through citations. Our goal is to change people's behavior, make sure that they're making safe and sound decisions. And we leave it entirely to our deputies to make that call, whether writing somebody a ticket or just giving them some education or talking with them is the appropriate response based on their driving history, their demeanor, and the nature of the specific offense that they committed that the deputy stopped them for. Some of the noteworthy events, like I mentioned, there were 2 home invasions during the day, one of which happened in the 2900 block of Delhi Road and the other one in the 1000 block of Wagner Road. Both of those we received alarms for, and basically when the deputies arrived, we cleared the houses. I actually went out on the first one with the deputies after I heard what it was, because it sounded like it was probably going to be a legit breaking and entering type situation, and hopefully we could get there and find somebody in the house, ideally. Unfortunately, the suspects were gone at that point. However, in the first one, over $95,000 in jewelry was taken from the home, which is a significant amount, which is why our detective bureau actually came out. Usually when dollar amounts start hitting that kind of numbers, our detectives, who usually only handle dead people, will actually come out and help us, because that's pretty significant. But in that one, our deputies did a great job. They identified some evidence at the scene, and subsequently, we believe the second one, it occurred just after that in the 1000 block of Wagner Road. Same kind of MO, the way it occurred, what was taken, the rooms that were rummaged through. So it was pretty clear to us there's probably both of those were related at the time. And then based on some additional investigation, we definitely believe that's the case. There's actually no question that that's the case. And like I said, Deputy Kirby and Deputy Ballou handled those incidents. Both those guys have significant amount of experience. In fact, Deputy Kirby hits his 25 years this year and is retiring in just a couple of weeks now. But these guys identified a suspect out of Wyoming, Michigan. So basically it wasn't a local person. Usually these kind of things are drug addicts kicking in doors to get jewelry, things they can pawn quickly, electronics, to feed their addiction. But the subject that they identified, like I said, was out from totally the other side of the state, out in the Grand Rapids area. It's a subject that was on parole for similar types of crimes. And like I said, they actually went out to Wyoming last weekend and interviewed him and another subject that they believe is probably involved, doing multiple search warrants on phone records and everything. So we can put them in the area. We've got a really strong circumstantial case at this point. However, there's no hard physical evidence to link them other than one tiny little thing, but that links us, that gets us to where we are with the people, but it doesn't say who the specific person that went in the house was, which makes it challenging for prosecution. But the guys are still working diligently on that case, and there's a good chance that we might get a solid conviction out of it eventually, but they're still working on that one. So that's good, which is not always the case in those types of incidents. We've had a couple of retail frauds and catalytic converter thefts from some of the businesses, but those are kind of few and far between. Myers is usually our retail fraud kind of center, people stealing things out of there and getting stopped by security, but nothing real significant that goes with any of that. Like I mentioned with the bank hours, over 400 hours were banked between the vacancies that we have over the course of the month. And then we used 364 to fill those. So currently I've been using some of those hours to fill the vacancy because you guys don't need a huge bank of hours built up because you don't have tons of special events like Dexter City might, or, you know, you don't have a lot of things where we need them. So we'll keep the bank relatively moderate and try to kind of use things throughout the year instead of letting them build up and then at the end of the year just hiring lots of traffic details or other things. I'd rather have the guys out there working. If anybody, any of the board has any other ideas about that, I'm more than happy to have those discussions with you so that we can allocate our resources where you guys think it's most effective or efficient, or take that into consideration as we do that. The other thing you'll notice on the executive report is into and out of area time. So essentially what that's telling you is Scio out of area time. That's when a Scio deputy is requested to either go into another jurisdiction that we monitor. So say like your other neighboring jurisdictions, you got the Dexter City, Dexter Township, Webster Township, they have a collaborative contract with us. So those three government entities are all in one group together. And so they share resources. And so occasionally, a lot of times they're running with one person working at any one time. And so if they need serious backup for any kind of significant incident, the deputies from Scio might get called to back them up. And so what those minutes are essentially the number of minutes spent out of the area. But then at the same time, the nice thing is those deputies, when the Scio deputies need backup or need assistance with something, those deputies can be called down under certain circumstances. And that's where you see the into area time. And the fact that you are essentially located in between two of our contracts. So our other contract on the west side is the Manchester Village Lodi contract. And so with Lodi being just over the border on the south end of things, there's the trailer park there into Lodi. And a lot of times the deputies will need backup with the Manchester car. Because again, they're a smaller contract. They usually have one, maybe two deputies working at any given moment. And so if something significant is jumping off where they need to make sure that they're going to be safe or help keep the situation safe, the Scio deputies might be pulled there. So that's where you're seeing the into and out of area time. Currently, the out of area time for last month was 704 minutes and the into area time was 939 minutes. So you had deputies coming in to assist more than you had them going out. So, and being in the middle, I would almost kind of expect to see that number because just the fact that you're sandwiched in between those two other contracts. Some of the other noteworthy stats, if you look at the stats report at all, it'll give you a little bit more breakdown on specifics in as far as some of the activity of the deputies. We hit the calls for service and the traffic stops, citations. Deputies stopped 2 subjects for drunk driving during the course of the month. There were 8 assaultive crimes. Those are generally going to be domestics. We try not to give a lot of personal information on those when we report out on those, but generally those are domestic violence situations, which over the course of the last year, given the COVID situation, that is one metric that we've seen rise significantly across the county, are domestic assaults, just because we're all cooped up with each other and not everybody gets along and loves their loved ones the way they should. So that's one thing that we've seen. The home invasions, even though it's showing 4 there, again, sometimes you might have a domestic situation where it's not necessarily like a stranger breaking into your house, but it's a former domestic partner kicking in the door and assaulting somebody. So that could fall under that, add those additional 2 numbers there for you. Larcenies, generally the larcenies that you guys have in your area are going to be motor vehicles where people are leaving their vehicles unlocked. And you'll get some of the criminals will be walking through the neighborhoods, just lifting the door handles, looking for an open door. And then if they find one, they'll rummage through your car, go for change with wallets or anything you're leaving in there. So, you know, I strongly encourage anybody. And some people are like, well, I leave my door unlocked intentionally so they don't break my window. They almost never, ever, ever break your window unless you have your wallet sitting right there on the seat of the car. So I would strongly recommend keep your personal items out of sight, keep the doors locked, and almost guaranteed you won't have any problems. So that's where we're seeing most of our larcenies, those kind of things. There was 15 traffic crashes. You can see that the investigative time, there was 1,755 investigative hours. So those are those free hours from our detective bureau coming into Scio and assisting with things. They come out on a lot of death investigations, even like a natural death. We always treat as a full investigation, make sure there's nothing suspicious, whatever. A lot of times a detective will come out for those. So that adds to that number. And then the secondary road patrol is that deputy that I mentioned, the traffic car that is free to you guys that's coming into your area. So he spent 748 minutes in Scio over the course of last month. Anybody have any questions about that information at all?
Jackie does.
Jackie.
Thank you, Captain Hunt. That was helpful. I wonder if you could explain for us how you track and report on the demographics of things like the number of traffic stops and the citations.
So we have a report management system called Clemis, which is used throughout this, especially the southeastern part of the state. It's a large database-based system where all of our reports go into that information. And when we write a report, we need to put certain classifications of crimes. So say if it was like a home invasion, it might be like the main crime itself might be a domestic assault, but it might be a domestic assault that also included a malicious destruction of property because they broke the windshield on their car. And it might also include like a home invasion, like I mentioned earlier, because they kicked in the front door to get in the house that they don't live in anymore. But the main crime would be domestic assault. But all of those various crimes or incidents would essentially be listed within that report. And so when we run our stats, each one of those, it might be one incident, but it might actually pop up, create like 3 numbers that show up on that statistics report based on that one particular incident because it hit a couple of different specific parameters that those stats get pulled from. So for like traffic stops, whenever a traffic stop is pulled, it gets immediately put into our call for services, and those calls for services get generated by dispatch, and then it drops into the deputy's queue. The deputy verifies it as whatever it was, whether it ends up just being a regular old traffic stop, or if it turned into a drunk driving or a warrant arrest or something like that, then there would be a statistic for each one of those particular things that happened. We also track a number of things that aren't crimes. For example, like naloxone use. One of the things I'm responsible for throughout the county is tracking our use of naloxone and making sure that we have that available to help with heroin overdoses or opiate overdoses, since that's been such an epidemic over the last few years. And so even though that's not a crime, we specifically track the overdose. We specifically track the naloxone usage and whether it was a save or not a save, if the person died regardless of our use of that or not. So we're able to track all kinds of different metrics like that so that we can pull up specific information. And so that kind of, I hope, does that answer your question as far as what you're asking?
Part of it, I guess, maybe to put a point to it, do you track race, ethnicity, and gender of who you're stopping for traffic stops and who's getting the citations?
Yeah, all that information gets captured in Clemis. And the sheriff, he's one of the national leading experts on making sure that, we're being, fair and treating people equitably. And so making sure that, we're staying on top of those. So he likes to collect those numbers. He looks at those numbers and makes sure that, we're not picking on anybody based on race, ethnicity, sexual orientation. All those things get looked at and how we handle those situations. Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other questions related to our statistics or information, how we record that? Then I'm sorry.
I just wanted to point out too, Lieutenant Hunt also shares more detailed printouts of all the incidents I can share with other board members. We typically don't make those public because it does have some location information, but Lieutenant Hunt, I assume that if we had a well-formulated question that would result in a data pull from Clemis for Scio Township, we could formulate that and request that of the Sheriff's Department. Yeah,
absolutely. And that happens something like Jeff Wallace down in Manchester Village. He's always asking us for different data and this, that, and the other thing. And so He's a data-driven numbers cruncher guy, being a former engineer. So it's one of those things where he'll ask us for that information, and usually we can, if I can't pull it up, we've got a couple of Clemens gurus who are really good at pulling data and statistics and information. And we have additional programs that we can plug into for crime mapping and identifying hot spots within the township, and temporal maps that show like the time of day and what day you have the most kinds of specific issues, so that we can tailor that information very specifically towards directing our patrols or dealing with specific problems when they start to show a pattern. So it lets us kind of look at things and figure things out and try to be proactive and deployment of resources. So
Great, thank you.
And kind of the last thing I had is I just wanted to mention, we did have one other serious incident last week. So on April 23rd, we had another B&E that's totally unrelated to the two that happened last month. And that one was over on Redstone Court. Happened about 2 p.m. And turns out that Canton PD had a very similar one the same day, similar time frame. And a number of years ago, we had a bunch of similar MOs throughout the region, where essentially the criminals were looking for Asian business owners, because there's a idea out there within the criminal element that Asian business owners don't always trust banks, and so they keep large amounts of cash in their home, and so they become good targets for breaking and entering, go in, ransack the home, try to find where they stash all their cash at. And so we believe that the two incidents, the one in Scio and the one in Canton, are related. Both of them are either business owners or appear to be business owners within the Ann Arbor area. So they were probably specifically targeted, so it wasn't a random act. And so we're currently still working on that case as well. We've got some small leads, but not as good as the other case, unfortunately. Any other questions for anybody about Sheriff's Office operations or anything we do?
Donna? Donna, you're muted.
This is one of the best reports I have heard. You gave us a lot of information about the workings of, and I think that's, the public doesn't hear that often enough, and neither do we. So I really appreciate what you did and what you've said tonight.
Thank you. No, I'm here for you guys. So again, if you ever have any questions about anything, don't hesitate to reach out. I can swing by the office at some point and drop off some cards that have my cell number on it. So I know both Will and Jessica have my cell, and if anything's serious is going on, or you have concerns about anything, just you can call me 24/7. I'm available to you guys. That's why I'm here. And we'll get some resources on whatever you need worked on. So
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant Hunt.
So the next item on our agenda is a report from the Utility Director. Steve, are you in the house?
There he comes. Steve? There you are.
Hey, good evening. I am in the house. I am in my house. Hey, good evening, everyone. Lieutenant Hunt is a tough act to follow, but I just wanted to provide a brief update on activities in the Utilities Department. I guess, first of all, we've had two utility workers that have had to quarantine due to close contact with the COVID positive person, and I'd like to, I'm glad to report they're both doing fine, as well as their families, and they're back to work. We've been very busy, with construction season and springtime. We're responding to numerous missed dig calls, so that requires us to go out and stake the water and sewer lines for either construction projects or utility projects that are going on. To help with that, I hope to be hiring a new utility worker soon, hopefully within the next 30 days, I'm shooting for. That'll help a lot. Some of the other things that we're doing is we're looking at implementing a comprehensive GIS system, a geographical information system for documenting and locating all of our assets, including curb boxes and water sewer lines. And that will help with, in case we have a main break, it'll help us locate our valves better and just know where our underground infrastructure is better. So we already have a license for the program. It's just going to take quite a bit of effort to document those assets and upload them into the program. I guess additionally, recently we helped the city of Ann Arbor shut down the main supply to the township so they could install a new water meter. So we had to close a couple valves for the meter pit. They accessed that, took the old meter out, put the new meter in. That'll be calibrated shortly, and that we haven't had a reading on that instrument in real time, I understand, in a couple of years. So it'll be good to get that information in real time. Let's see, lots of construction going on, therefore lots of water and sewer permits, which are generating tap fees. Those are mainly in the Trailwoods and the Scio subdivisions. We're still trying to get easements for the Liberty Road water main. We're looking forward to that project moving forward. That's a big project. It's going to be great for the township in general. We're also looking at some of our cybersecurity protocols and looking for possible vulnerabilities, both on our our BSNA application in our SCADA system. So it's an EPA program that we've signed up for, a free program, but it's going to be a good deal.
Steve, for the public's benefit, would you explain what BSNA and SCADA is? Yeah,
so BSNA is our business enterprise software. And so for utilities, if you're a homeowner or a resident or a customer, you can look up your address on BSNA through our website, and you can pull up your parcel and you can look at your tax information. You can look at your utility bill information. You can access that, anyone from their home can look through our website online. It's very handy, but it is open to the public, just like paying your bills. So we want to make sure that we're protected. There's many protocols in place. We're just doing a thorough review of what we have in place. The other thing that we're doing is we're working closely with the Woodhill Group, and they are a consulting firm, and they're helping us update our water and sewer use ordinances and also our fee structure. So currently, for a lot of things that we do for individuals, whether it's water turnoffs or water turn-ons, traditionally there hasn't been a set charge, or it's not charged during the daytime, but we need to establish fees. So we're charging those users that are using that service and not the public in general. So we're coming up with a rate structure and a fee structure. Woodhill is going to do a rate study. We'll be presenting that to the board for their approval. We want to make sure that we're, putting money away for future maintenance and capital costs that will be coming. Our system is aging. It's still relatively new, but we are going to start having some aging infrastructure issues in the next 20 years. So we need to start socking away some money for that. So they'll come up with some guidelines on how much we should be setting aside, what's typical, what are the ranges that are possible, and you will be approving those recommendations hopefully in the next 3 to 4 months. And that's what I had for my update, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I don't see any questions.
I
That works.
just want to say, Steve's been on the job for, has it been 4 months?
Yes, it has.
4 months. So we're so happy that you're here, and thank you for everything that you're doing, Steve. You're doing an awesome job.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve. Have a good evening.
All right, you too. Have a good meeting.
Okay, that brings us to regular reports. And the first on the list is the Gelman report. Kathy?
Yes. The intervener briefs for the upcoming hearing are going to be filed this week, Thursday or Friday. The evidentiary hearing is scheduled for next week, May 3rd through 5th. And the briefs that were just filed were our joint brief in support of an additional response activities order to implement revised cleanup criteria and to modify existing response activity orders and judgments. As all of you know, there's been an appeal to the Court of Appeals by Gelman on the motion for stay. And we are expecting an answer this week, but we haven't heard anything yet. So there's a lot going on, but we have a momentary pause right now until next week. That's it.
Thank you. Next item is the supervisor report. And I have a couple of things to report on. There's a letter in the packet, so this first report is in reference to that item. So the township, and many of you know this, but I'll give this some background for members of the public who may not. The township came into possession of an historic farm years ago, and it is located in a larger parcel of township-owned land that is now called the Liberty Pond Nature Area. In 2020, the Board of Trustees discussed the farm buildings on this site during a working session, and there was general consensus that the Board of Trustees did not want to continue owning and being responsible for the buildings. However, no action was taken. During that discussion, or during that time, the Parks Advisory Board, with which Alec and I were associated, was concerned about the boundaries around the farm site being drawn too far out into the nature preserve. When Jack Knowles and I were making the transition from his term as supervisor to the beginning of mine, we initiated an administrative land division to tighten the property line around the farm site so that it didn't include as much of the nature preserve area. That land division is now complete, as you can see from the letter in the meeting packet. And the resulting parcel with the farm buildings is about 5+ acres, and that includes the house, the barn, and other outbuildings. And I think the address is 7970 West Liberty. I plan, and that may be in the letter, I'm not sure. I plan to schedule a special meeting in May for the Board of Trustees to plan for the next steps in dealing with the farm property. So at that time, we can talk about it, we can talk it through the details, and decide what to do with that particular property to really take action on what have up to this point been sort of preliminary discussions and actions. The other item is the Park Road Special Assessment District. This is one of several topics that I think will require special meetings. And so we may have several in May to deal with various topics that merit longer discussion, and to allow for potential public comments. One of these topics is this Park Road, is the area of Park Road west of Zeeb Road. So the sort of precipitating event here is the Trailwood subdivision, which is under construction, is planning to do the paving work for which it is responsible along its frontage. This includes the unpaved portion of Stabler Road and sort of South Stabler Road, south of Menards, and a segment of Park Road ending at the rear entrances to Arbor Point and Country French Estate subdivisions. So Trailwoods will also be extending its pedestrian pathway to that point. The township will hold a public meeting to present a potential special assessment district for extension of the pathway and the road paving east along Park and on Park Road to connect with Zeeb Road. So assuming that the Park Road SAD proceeds, there will then be public hearings for each phase of that SAD. But this first meeting would be a sort of a pre-Act 188 meeting for the discussion, a public discussion to talk through all of the different issues, answer questions, sort of consider the concept before we get into a more formal process for the special assessment district. And there's one final item I wanted to share with the public because, and with members of the Board of Trustees. Members of the Board of Trustees will be aware of this, but members of the public may not. And that is that there was a settlement of a lawsuit against the township that involved signage. And as part of the settlement of that lawsuit, there will be a new billboard constructed on township land at the end of Stabler Road along I-94. So when this new construction occurs, I don't want people to be surprised. I think it will otherwise perhaps raise a lot of questions. But basically there's a lease arrangement with a corporation called Outdoor One, and they're going to build a billboard there as part of the settlement of this lawsuit with the township about signage. And that is the conclusion of my report. The next report is the clerk's report.
Great. Thanks, Will. I'll be brief. For both the clerk's report and budget and finance committee, we're making progress on our grants policy. Expect to have that to the board soon, as well as we're talking about when to revamp the capital improvements plan. You'll see in your correspondence file, there's a notification from Rod Taylor of the Department of Treasury regarding the funding that's coming down to the township. It can be used over 2 years. It hasn't been released yet, but just want to let you know that our finance team is getting some of the administrative steps in place. However, we as a board need to look at where we might want to prioritize that $1.7 million that's estimated to come to Scio Township for infrastructure. So more coming on that. That's all.
Report of the Budget and Finance Committee.
I did a 2 for Will. That was the clerk and budget and finance.
All right. Treasurer. Donna, you're muted.
I apologize. I don't usually do that. I don't have a report tonight.
Okay, thank you. Planning Commission. Jacqueline.
Thank you. So the Planning Commission is continuing to review the latest revision of the master plan and has scheduled a special meeting for next Thursday, May 6th at 7 o'clock to complete the review with the goal of having a draft ready to submit to the full board, and then for the larger distribution and the 3-day review by neighboring communities. Obviously, anybody who wants to attend the Planning Commission's meeting on the master plan is welcome. We're continuing to work on broadening and refining our language on sustainability and adding some material on fire safety and on our PUD requirements. And as I said, we will be, hopefully, if approved, meeting in person at a site that is requested us to visit to assess the acoustics at the border of a proposed party barn. So we will be doing an acoustical review proposed for May 12th. Should I just segue into LPC?
You could do a twofer as well, Land Preservation Commission.
There you go. So the LPC continues to work away at right now. We have 11 projects in various stages of, nearing completion to initial review, and one more one application came in today. We are continuing to explore the buy, protect, sell process for agricultural properties. And we are starting to consider how best to coordinate with parks and preserves to sort of do a formal project handoff for any lands purchased by LPC for the purpose of preserves, to make sure that we fully document and transmit the information that we've gained in that site review, and hand that off to parks for them to have our insights when they start to manage. I think that's what I have.
Thank you. And Jane is not here, so I assume we can skip the Transportation Alternatives Planning Committee and go straight to the Parks Advisory Board. Alec.
Yeah, mine will be short. So we continue to receive applications for an intern via the SEAS program. We're working on proposals for services at the Marshall Road Park. And most importantly, I would like to thank the members of the parks, as well as a couple members of the Land Preservation Commission, that all chipped in, and we all went and pulled garbage from the West Scio Preserve location, and spent the Saturday morning there and collected a full 2 trailers and multiple garbage bags of garbage. But that entry point is now beautiful and pristine. Hopefully it will remain that way. And I will take this offline to encourage the supervisor and myself to have conversations with businesses along that drive, so that we can maintain that entrance as a beautiful preserve entrance. But I just wanted to thank everyone that participated in that effort 2 Saturdays ago.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone who participated. I heartily concur. I hope that stays pristine. So that brings us to public comment. And this is the time for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on any items that appear on this agenda as discussion only. Well, that's old instructions. Any items that they choose to speak to, really. They can speak to items that are later on the agenda. They can speak to topics that they would like to raise with the Board of Trustees. Anything
under our purview.
Anything under our purview. If there are, with one caveat, and that is, if you choose to speak now about something that's coming up later on the agenda, when we open public comments up later in the agenda, you will have already had your turn to speak on that topic. In other words, you can't speak on a topic later on the agenda now and speak on it later on the agenda as well. So with that, I think the parameters are 3 minutes each for each comment, each commenter. And Kathy, are you prepared to keep track of the time?
Yes, I can do that.
And give people a little 30-second warning?
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, are there members of the public who would like to speak?
Yes, please raise your Zoom hand. We're gonna start with Harvey Summers, followed by Christy Aiken. Harvey.
Good evening. My name is indeed Harvey Summers. I live at 2129 Autumn Hill Drive. I was one of the residents troubled by having a discussion at this meeting with possible action at a special meeting next Thursday, since written materials were not pre-distributed. So I appreciate the trustees postponing the discussion of the 2 administrative models until written materials are available for the residents to see in advance of a future discussion. And I hope that future regular meeting discussions will not try to place limits on comments by the trustees themselves. We residents see open discussions among the trustees as vital for us to better understand issues being discussed. Because you're discussing important changes, residents should be part of this process. So I urge you to ensure decisions to move forward with this process only take place within the context of regularly scheduled board meetings. That is when residents expect major decisions to be discussed and made. That is also when residents who care to do so expect to be able to make public comments to provide input to the board. I'm aware that the administration committee meets at other times to work out possible decisions relating to this process, and that working level discussion at special meetings at non-standard times is fine. But formal decisions affecting the administrative structure of this township need to be part of the regularly scheduled trustee meetings so residents can have input if they wish. I sent in my prepared remarks to be part of the record of this meeting before the agenda was changed. I see no need to go over them in full at this time, but I hope you will read them and consider my views carefully. I understand this process is examining how to achieve a better township government. I've watched the Board of Trustees for several years, including years when Scio had a township manager. I do not believe the township manager experience was better for any of us as residents. With that recent experience in mind, I do not see why a township manager or administrator is necessary. This township works best when the trustees themselves explain and debate in public meetings before the township community, with residents able to speak up and voice their opinions. Let's continue with an approach that allows residents their full opportunity to be involved. Let's slow down and do this right. A final comment. I'm uncomfortable with this agenda being designed so that public comments are after the entire series of reports for the meeting. Public comments have previously been welcomed closer to the beginning of the trustee meetings so residents can make their points without having to wait for such a long period. Tonight, public comments did not begin until after 8 p.m. That has the effect of discouraging residents from being able to make their comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. Next up is Christy Aiken, followed by Jan Culbertson. Christy Aiken.
Hi.
Hi, Christy.
Hi. I would like to talk about as an employee for Scio Township. So the model that I've seen from Jessica Flintoft is very innovative and, in my mind, progressive. And when you have people that come and go, elected officials, I don't know how to say it, it's the best way to go. Yeah. And that's it.
Thank you, Christy.
Thanks.
Thank you for speaking. Next up is Jan Culbertson, followed by Paula G. Jan.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jan Culbertson, 2948 Park Ridge, Scio Township. And I've lived with my family in Scio Township for over 30 years, and I'm currently the Planning Commission Chair and serve on the ZBA. And first of all, I gotta thank you all for your leadership and commitment because, this whole transition during COVID has been, indeed crazy. And I think people have really been putting in time to make Scio continue to work well and respond to residents and all the needs that happen. So thank you all very much. I have actually two separate items that I'd like to comment on. One is I do want to emphasize the importance of approving temporary staff or a service to transcribe the PC and ZBA minutes. The Planning Commission minutes are pending back to the first meeting in March, and this is without any ZBA meetings happening in this time period. So obviously we need some additional help. In addition, it may be worth considering the type of meeting minutes required. Chris Chang did provide Jessica with some examples from Ann Arbor. We may want to exempt the ZBA just because of that being more of a legal proceeding. And I think this would be especially helpful when we do have extended public comment And it's really the decisions that are the most important. And we are recording and video recording at least at this point. So I think we should examine that, because that may be much more efficient. The second point, the PC is requesting an exception to the current virtual meeting policy to allow a special meeting of the Planning Commission for an outdoor sound test on the Heron Farm, tentatively scheduled for May 12th. This meeting cannot be held virtually. Virtually only. We will have a virtual Zoom connection to it, as members need to witness the test, which will be conducted on site by a sound engineer. The PC also invites interested trustees to attend. A report will be available summarizing the test. The petitioner has requested this meeting and is responsible for the expense, as well as paying for the sound engineer and the equipment. The PC feels that it's an unfair burden to request the applicant to provide multiple demonstrations over different time periods or days. The sound engineer is required to set up and perform each test. In addition, as a special meeting, it will also engage residents. The PC and neighbors can ask questions to be addressed by the sound engineer and the applicant at one time, so everyone has the same information. The alternative of scheduling multiple tests on a rotation promotes ex parte conversations and unnecessarily restricts dialogue. The PC firmly believes the sound test should be convened as a special meeting, although no action will be taken. The PC will rotate through different areas of the site during the sound demonstration and will be able to offer a virtual connection for those who cannot attend in person. As a meeting, it will also be recorded and documented. We can easily practice social distancing and masking protocols on such a large site. If viewed as an outdoor event, it is well within state, county, and CDC guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jan. Next up is Paula G., followed by Mary Gillis. Paula? Paula G.? Sorry, I think you can. Paula G. Okay, we're going to skip over Paula G for a moment. We'll go to Mary Gillis and then Sarah Fink. Mary Gillis, and then, I'm sorry, Mary Gillis, then Paula G, then Sarah Fink. Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica. My name is Mary Gillis, and I live in the Touchstone co-housing community here in Scio. As you know, I am also the deputy clerk of our township, but I am speaking today in my role as a resident of Scio Township rather than as an employee. I would like to share my observations of this board based on watching most of the meetings this board has conducted since it was elected back in November. My hope is that I can shed some light for you on the impression that some of you are creating among the people whom you govern. It appears that after you were elected, some of you woke up to the fact that this is a big, important job you have taken on, a job whose decisions have the potential to affect thousands of people. But instead of approaching your new roles humbly with the idea that you didn't arrive in this position already knowing everything there is to know about working in government, some of you almost immediately took the stance that because learning this new job was taking a lot of time, that there was something wrong with the job. By contrast, you might have thought about the idea of a learning curve. And with effort and good intentions, you would become more efficient and your tasks would take less time. Thus, we have been treated to several rounds of complaints about how hard you are working, as if there were something wrong with putting in a significant amount of effort and time to learn to conduct the job of governing a township of almost 20,000 people. This seems both arrogant and disrespectful of your constituents and of the role of government itself. After all, shouldn't a job that affects so many people require your best efforts? And speaking of respect, I would like to point out that 3 of the members of this board show up in this board term with experience of working for this township on this board. And yet it appears that 2 of the new members of this board, judging by the way you behave, don't believe that there is anything to learn from Jessica Flintoft, Donna Palmer, and Kathy Knol. Instead, they have been treated to eye rolling and comments intended to dismiss their considered opinions. At the very least, they, like the rest of you, were elected by the voters of this township and deserve the respect that you yourselves desire. But more than that, you might have treated them as a resource and striven to learn from them. Yes, be reformers, but know first what you are reforming so as to avoid inadvertently violating the law or ethical norms or appearing to do so. Finally, I would like to point out that no matter how angry you have made some residents by either your behavior or your decisions, those who brave the length and the technological hurdles of these meetings to speak to power have done so in a remarkably respectful manner, using polite language and thanking you for the opportunity to speak and to be listened to. It appears that this board is still being given the benefit of the doubt by the residents of Scio. I suggest that by taking the time to learn the legal and ethical parameters under which this board operates, and by approaching your work with humility, benefiting ordinary men and women who have taken on the weighty work of governing, you will be able to retain the respect of your constituents and make yourselves and the rest of us proud. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mary. Next up is Paula G. Paula G, did you, your hand is no longer up, Paula G. I'm going to move on to Sarah Fink, followed by David Reed. Next up is Sarah Fink.
Well, hello, folks.
Hi, Sarah.
I haven't attended one of these in quite a long time. And I assume that you all know what I want to spend my couple of minutes talking about, because I sent everyone a letter, and I think some other residents of the township have also sent letters, although I did not see them in the packet. So obviously my point of concern, which is some sort of reasonable health care that's accessible to all, is not something the township can actually act on, but what you can do, as others have done in our area and in Michigan and across the country, is just express support for the principle of single payer health care that is accessible to everyone. I can't say that, I mean, I wrote in my letter about my own situation. I can't say my situation isn't one that where I've suffered. I mean, I have good insurance. But there are so many people that don't, and that have suffered under the pandemic, and that have lost jobs and lost insurance. And did I write in the letter that it's something like 1/3 they estimate of people who have died from COVID-19 have done so because they didn't have access to care. So I don't know if this is anything that this board wants to take a position on. I think it would be great if you did. And I guess I will leave it at that. Oh, I could say one more thing. I did look at the finances or the spreadsheet, and it looks like for each of the people that Scio employs, at least in the information that was on the public spreadsheet, looks like 20 to 25% of the cost for employing any individual is health insurance. I'm not sure if I figured that out correctly, but you know, it looks to be a significant issue for this township as well as everywhere. So I'll end with that.
Thank you so much, Sarah.
Thanks, Jessica.
You're welcome. Next up is David Reed, followed by Shelley. David Reed.
Yes, David Reed, 713 Merlin Way, Scio Township. As a former board member and as a current member of the Township Administration Committee, I was very concerned to see that any discussion on the administration model was going to be limited to 3 minutes per trustee. I think that was a mistake. As a member of the committee, I think we wanted to get this information in front of the board for an open debate, an open discussion, and exchange of ideas. And to limit that to 3 minutes per trustee, I think would be a terrible mistake. I am supportive of the distributed model rather than the township manager model. Township manager model has not worked for us in the past. We've had 3 managers. And you know, some folks might say the township manager worked well because we really didn't have any problems. Well, I don't think the fire department building fell apart the day after Bryce retired. And I don't think the morale of the utilities department and the fire department deteriorated the day after Bryce retired. And I don't think the shortage of manpower in the fire department and the utilities department started the day after Bryce retired. Those problems have been growing over the last 10 years. And those problems, to my knowledge, as a board member, were never brought to the board. So the manager model did not work for us for the last 3 managers, the last 14 years. So I definitely do not support a central manager position in Scio Township. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next up is Shelley, followed by Carrie Letke. Shelley?
Hi, Shelley Shanfield. I'm live at 5201 Birkdale Drive, and I'm a 30-year resident of Scio Township. I came tonight because I was concerned about what I had heard about the way the township was considering changing its administrative structure, and I'm really glad that that has been postponed until residents can learn more about what is actually being considered. And I will say, I don't know what the answer is to the township's administrative structure. I've worked for major corporations like Ford and Northern Telecom and Thomson Reuters, and I know there are good and bad managers. But I'm skeptical of claims that government should be run like a business. Representative democracy can be a messy affair, and I'm sure that board meetings can be very messy indeed. But they can also do great things, and it ensures that the residents feel that we have a voice. So like I said, I don't know what the best model is, but I'm looking forward to learning more about what is actually being considered. Secondly, I would just like to say that I heartily endorse, on another topic, I heartily endorse Sarah Fink's idea about a resolution supporting Medicare for all or a single payer. And I do think it would save the township money. And so I just think that's a great idea. And if I could do one more thing if I still have time, is I do want to say that I was really impressed with the Alan Hunt's report about the sheriff. And I would like to say that I have taken the program that the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Department offers, which is called the Citizens Police Academy. And it's just an awesome program. I don't know when they're going to offer it again, but I highly recommend it to anybody who's still listening. I learned so much, and I feel that we are, in most respects, very fortunate with our Sheriff's Department. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shelley. 44 people are still listening. Carrie Letke, followed by Alice Owings. Carrie?
Good evening. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, this is Carrie Letke. I live at 2751 Whispering Woods Drive. I'm a 15-year resident of Scio Township and have followed all of your meetings throughout the past 6, 7, 8 years it's been. I do want to thank you for all your hard work, because I know what it's like working from home. You do extra because it's right in your face, and you do more, and then things get asked of you and you address them all the time. So I thank you for all of your efforts and all of your things, because I do feel like you're trying to make this township better. But I do agree with Christy and then Harvey and all the residents with concerns opposing these new plans that came out. That I was taking care of my parents in Ohio. I wasn't able to follow everything. I was trusting that you guys were doing certain things, and I can't. There's nothing to read. So it just seems to be, whether it's Will's plans, I don't know how the governing is changing, because the original plans that Jessica presented and the committee had for review seemed to be, again, more innovative, had common sense and direct and clear patterns of government. I know firsthand what it was like dealing with the manager at times, and how he didn't convey or communicate very clearly with you as a board with things that were transpiring. And that's not what we were told when you all said you were going to present this new board of trustees. I don't know what changed and why. And I was excited to not have to hover over each meeting or have to arrange things so that I had to attend. Like for this evening, I left church to try to be at this meeting at 7 p.m., not realizing we wouldn't be able to speak till, way after 8, because I could have stayed longer. The whole point is The system of governing has failed us before, and it seems to be destined to do it again. I believe we all thought we voted you in to create a better government, clear communication, transparency, as well in acting in the best interest of the residents that you have guided yourselves to serve. That's the way you first presented yourself, and this is not what we are receiving. Please serve the residents more than agendas, and I want to thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Carrie, very much. Alice Owings, followed by Mary Sherrill. Alice?
Hi, thank you, Jessica.
Sure.
I was just hoping for particularly the new business items where there's possible action. We've got some pretty big ticket items. And as we're sort of getting used to the new, structure of the budget and kind of just understanding how that works and different funds coming out of different pockets or out of different, elements of the whether it's millage money from Parks and Pathways or something else. This is sort of maybe a going forward request that when one of these appears in the board packet, maybe we could know sort of that this is a budget amendment, so it's something that's new money that hadn't already been allocated or anticipated, or no, this is simply we're agreeing to some money that we had already earmarked pursuant to the budget. And I don't know if it's possible to sort of do that on the fly. I just had, questions about the kind of really big, almost $700,000. And, was that already in the Parks and Pathways budget, that kind of thing. If it's possible to do it on the fly tonight, great. If not, then I can take those questions offline. But just wondered in the future if a little more clarity on that, so we knew whether we're actually dealing with new money, like the $416,000 last time that was the fire department, or no, that was actually money that was already in the budget. So just trying to get a little clarity around the dollars. Thank you.
Sure. And just a brief point of information that is on each cover sheet, but we will say that out loud as we get to each fiscal item. Mary Sherrill, followed by Paula G. Mary?
Okay. I just want to summarize the comments that I made in my written response. I know several people have already addressed this issue, and I appreciate that the supervisor has delayed it on the agenda for a future meeting. But my name is Mary Sherrill. I'm a board official for the Kirkway Homeowners Association, which actually sits across the street from Trailwoods. I guess we were here first. Mm-hmm. What I really wanted to say was, I did have a concern about the limits being put on each trustee to address this particular issue. As a board official for my HOA, my homeowners association, it's important that I hear the dialogue and deliberations on any particular issue so that I can respond to my neighbors in my own board as to why a particular position was taken. And I'm very concerned that somehow the way this was approached would shortcut my understanding the deliberative process that went underway and the thoughts of each of the new trustees. Mm-hmm. I'm also concerned, I was, before I retired, I worked 40 years for the feds and reorganized as a part of a team in Washington, a very big organization, the Department of Veterans Affairs. Even something like Scio Township, we would not have undertaken without input from all the employees that currently sit there and from the people who would have to interact. I'm not aware that we were having significant problems or things were not being addressed. The proposals do not address what is being addressed or improved or enhanced, and I don't see anything around the deliberations that would address that. We don't talk about service impact as we go forward in the future or what this is going to cost us in terms of our operational budget or anything. So I'm really concerned that it doesn't seem like there was a fullness in the approach of this. You are a new supervisor, basically a new board. Everyone has been operated in limited capacity because of COVID. And I just think that we need more time to understand the whys and the wherefores and the expectations of this new plan, whatever is decided. And we just have not had that opportunity as residents. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Next up is Paula G. Paula?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Oh, good. I had a problem connecting for some reason before.
No
Well,
problem.
thank you very much for meeting and working on all these job classifications. And I read over a few of them. I think there's certain things like these special assessment districts that I noted that in there. I think we need the entire board working on these issues. I mean, there's talk of, I called Washtenaw County Road Commission about these special assessment districts and and it wasn't in their plan. I mean, when I was placed in an ICU for 4 days and spent a year trying to recover from a head injury. And we couldn't get a light on Zeeb Road or even a sign that said turn right or turn left. But when we have the same speed limit, and I guess it's a separate process, we finally got a light. There was 3 accidents right over there near Myers. And the same thing occurred when, I don't know how many years ago. Now it seems like maybe 20, but it could be just 15 when Myers opened. And that area could not, I gotta move because of my dogs. And I'm very concerned about one person deciding about these special assessment districts. There's talk of taking the Zeeb Road entrance, expanding North Zeeb. I remember when the township was trying to purchase Wing Farm. So the people that live in this area, now we're going to have a roundabout, which there's good and bad about that, but they could have placed a light. We're going to be a major cut through if they make a special assessment district. And I think all the neighborhoods need to be contacted that have any connection with Park Road, the entire neighborhood, to be informed. Because now we'll have traffic scooting through, going through Stabler as a cut through. And, I was told that the roundabout would slow people down, but we now have expanded more fast foods, the car wash on Zeeb, which is actually dangerous in the winter, that it gets slick from the water. That's how many cars are coming through it. And I remember when the township's plan was to build down Jackson Road.
30 seconds.
Okay, and it's reminiscent of when you wanted to take these neighborhoods off of sewer from Ann Arbor and water and place us so that they could build an on-site sewer system. And I hear one is planned over here with this trail woods so that they can build off of Park Road. But most of my neighbors, we need to repair our own roads and pay for that. I don't understand the paving so we can create a lot more traffic. And I just want to thank you, but I think the managerial thing we've had 3 of them and they've never been very successful with many issues. And I don't agree with having a manager. So, well, thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Paula. I see no other interested public. Oh, I see one more, excuse me. I see 2 more. We're gonna say Michelle Cody, followed by Jonathan. Michelle Cody.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. I want to compliment, first of all, the utilities individual and the sheriff for their reports with clear commentary. That was information that was appreciated. And with the Gelman, I'm glad the scrutiny is keeping up. In regard to the manager position, I too echo David Reed's comments and others who have spoken that it has not worked in the past 14 years. And in fact, the lack of transparency on vital issues has been not helpful. Public comments need to be permitted. It is vital that open meetings stay open and that really the supervisor reports to the entire board and has public service at its heart, because public service is service. It is hard work. I'm a retired public school teacher and for 35 years, and I understand this is not a corporation. It is, and even corporate CEOs do have responsibilities to their shareholders, which in this case would be the township residents, and the board of directors that a CEO might report to is the board of trustees. So please keep service transparent, accountable. And Jessica, I appreciate the work that you have done to draw up the chain of commands, and I do commend your innovative approach as well. So please do not go into the manager model. It has not worked in the past, and I think more caution and respect. There is a learning curve in public service, and it never, ever ends. And it's public service. It is not necessarily paid commensurate with the amount of hours put in. Any teacher can speak to that. Any individual, elected or appointed, service never ends. And it has to be a passion. It's a calling. It really is that important. And I respect all of you. And I appreciate that you're giving service. I understand that. So thank you. And I'll be continuing to listen. Thank you again.
Thank you, Michelle. Next up is Jonathan. Jonathan?
Hi, Jonathan Greenberg, 6250 Park Road. Thank you all. I'll keep it short. I want to voice my opposition to the manager model, as so eloquently has been spoken about before. I want to do it a second time because it's very important to me. Very, very much against the 14 years of lack of transparency. I also want to make note for the record that there has not been anyone from the silent majority speaking up once again. So if they actually do exist, they better stop being silent, because I don't know how many residents will put up with a board.
Sorry.
I was muted. Is that
Jonathan, I accidentally muted you. Please
okay?
Continue.
My apologies.
So my apologies. Go ahead.
No, I'm taking longer than I wanted to. But just want to point out that if there is a silent majority, we need to hear from them now, because we as citizens don't want to hear that we're not going to be listened to again based on some silent majority. So thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. There's one more hand up, Andy Hood. Andy?
Hey, good evening, board. I just thought I'd offer a brief comment touching on what former trustee Reed said. My understanding of issues related to the fire department, from what I've heard from the guys, somewhat echo what he said, that oftentimes the manager didn't serve as a conduit to the board, but a barrier. Whatever model the board does choose, please make sure that your department heads have access to the board and are able to get issues to you for addressing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Any other comments? I see no other hands. Go ahead, Will.
Let's move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes 6 items. We didn't move any of them out for individual attention. Before someone moves the consent agenda, though, I would like to draw attention to a resolution in the consent agenda that acknowledges the centennial of the Kiwanis, which is now, the Ann Arbor Kiwanis is now located in Scio Township completely. We are glad to recognize their 100 years of service to the community and all of the good things that they've done and that they continue to do. Would someone like to move the consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Courteau.
Or
Support by Jerome. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer. Palmer, you're muted. Flintoft, yes. Courteau,
Yes.
Jerome,
yes.
Knol,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
motion passes.
Great. Now we are on unfinished business. The first item is a correction to the liquor license approval by Scio Township for Holmes Brewery. Would you like to explain that for everyone, Jessica?
Sure, I practiced a brief summary. There was the township board approved this liquor license for home brewery back in 2019. There was an administrative error made by a former township staff person. And at the time, there was a lack of clarity with both the staff person and the applicant about the requirements of exactly how the address needs to appear on the application. We have done due diligence on this. Will and I have conferred in depth with our planner, with our township attorney, with the applicant's attorney, and with the applicants themselves. And we are recommending that we approve the application as revised to list the 3 addresses, 112, 130, and 138, which are on a single parcel, and to approve reapprove that liquor license application. You will be hearing about Holmes Brewery and this site going forward, but this action tonight is recommended and has no bearing on those subsequent matters that will come before the board.
Are there any other questions or comments about this item? Would someone like to move the model motion?
I'll move it.
Moved by Knol.
I'll support.
Supported by Flintoft. Please call the roll.
You want to call for public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay.
You're right. I missed that step. Public comment. Is there any public comment on this correction to the Holmes Brewery liquor license?
I see none.
any. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoft, yes. Courteau,
Yes.
Jerome,
Yes.
Knol,
Yes.
motion passes.
The next item is the Gelman science contamination related costs. Kathy, I don't know if you want to speak to this or if you'd like me to, either way,
Well,
or Jacqueline.
it's really the litigation related costs at this point.
Yeah, primarily the costs are litigation costs, and we have had sort of disproportionately high costs because of the level of activity preparing for the court hearing and this court hearings that will occur next week. So we went through what we thought was an appropriation that was going to last longer, but we've gone through it, and we need to sort of replenish that fund for the rest of the year. We hope that this will cover the rest of this calendar year. Trustee Courteau.
If I could just add the brief reminder that the the EPA petition is, we hope, under consideration since the governor did submit her letter of concurrence. But this is part of the two-pronged approach that we feel that we need to engage in to get the strongest possible outcome, unless or until EPA approves of the site for the NPL and Superfund and takes over supervision of a Superfund cleanup. So although we hope there's an end in sight to this legal action, we do feel committed to continuing to work for the strongest possible cleanup.
Jessica.
Brief points of information. This would be for $100,000 general fund out of the fund balance. This was unbudgeted in the fiscal year budget we just passed for April 1 through March 31st. We are paying for this from the general fund. As you all remember, we used to pay for it partially from the water fund, no more. And I would just ask the Gelman team, going forward as we continue to get clarity, please continue to budget this project as appropriate.
Are there any other comments or questions? Would someone like to move the model motion? Moved by Knol, support by Courteau. Are there any comments from the public?
Please raise your Zoom hand if you'd like to comment on the motion on the table. Jillian Carey. Jillian? Yes.
I just want to point out, usually we don't get into a back and forth with public comments. So it's not that we're not being responsive. It's just that we hear you, but we try not to get into a dialogue back and forth.
Great. Thank you, Jillian. Any other public on this motion? Harvey Summers. Harvey?
I just want to express appreciation to everyone from the township that has worked so hard for these years on the Gelman issue. Very much appreciate how much work has gone into this, and I'm very hopeful that the EPA process will work toward a solution as the best possible outcome. So just general appreciation. I don't do that a lot to the board, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're pretty nice to us, Harvey. Thank you. I see no further public.
In that case, please call the roll.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoft? Yes. Courteau?
Yes.
Jerome?
Yes.
Knol?
Yes.
Motion passes.
The next item is the Washtenaw County Road Commission 2021 Local Roads Dust Control Agreement. And if people remember, this was, I believe, tabled at our prior meeting to get some additional information about the ingredients, I guess, the content of the material that's sprayed, and to look into what kinds of measures could be taken to help protect the public. And I want to thank Trustee Courteau in particular for her leadership on sort of engaging the Road Commission in that discussion. But we've now addressed, as the information in the packet explains, we've now addressed some of these concerns. So I think we're ready to move this forward, but I want to give Jacqueline a chance to speak to this if you choose.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I do really appreciate the process of being able to engage with the road commission to get more information and then to be able to share information with the public. So I will say that at this point, given that they were willing to share with us the date ranges of when action would occur, and given that we've explored some mechanisms for posting on our website and they're willing to post on their website, I feel confident going forward that we'll be able to keep our public informed. I had submitted, but very late, to the supervisor some proposed wording that we can obviously work on. It's just 3 sentences, so I'll briefly read it here for the record. And the sort of model for the posting would be during the dates of whatever. Washtenaw County Road Commission will be treating dirt roads in Scio Township to control dust. The mineral brine used for dust control attracts moisture to the road surface, minimizing the spread of dust and maintaining the road surface. While the calcium chloride contained in the brine is a naturally occurring mineral, it can be a respiratory and eye irritant, and in rare cases has been linked to bronchitis, asthma, and other respiratory issues. Residents are advised to avoid driving on roads immediately after treatment when possible and to keep car windows closed while driving on recently treated roads. So obviously we can work on exactly what the message is, but I feel confident that by sharing with the public the possible, very small, but possible risks, that we can move forward on this.
Thank you. Jessica.
I just want to thank Jackie for your work on this. Definitely, let's post it online in our newsletter. And if there's any other ways we can do it, we'll do that. So thank you for being proactive about this.
Are there comments from the public? Or I guess I should say first, are there other comments from members of the Board of Trustees? Are there members of the public who would like to speak to this agenda item?
Harvey, did you have your hand up for this one? Oh, first, Mary Sherrill. Mary.
Yes, I appreciate the work that's been done. And Jacqueline, thank you for that information about irritants. As one of those people who walk her dog on one of those roads that they're treating, it just would be helpful if the township would also give us the schedule of when they're treating the roads. Otherwise, we have no way of knowing other than seeing the big piece of machinery come down, so that we can plan in advance not to be walking or using or biking in those areas, one of which is Park. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Good input. Harvey?
I'm trying to be quiet, but I just have to say that one of the nice things you've done is to really improve the website. But as far as I can see, the website lacks a headline location on the main page, so that if there were an announcement about stay off of these roads for the next day, how would you find it on the website? So somehow some headline feature in the main page about warnings to the public would, I think, be useful.
Thank you. Any other public? That's all, Will.
Okay, I think actually we skipped ahead to comments before we actually had a motion. So would someone like to make the model motion?
I will make the model motion.
Moved by Courteau.
I'll support.
Support by Knol. Please call the roll.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoft? Yes. Courteau?
Yes.
Jerome? Jerome?
Yes. Inaudible. Oh, there you go.
Okay. Thank you. Knol?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, well, this brings us to the item that was added at the beginning of the agenda, I-4, and I don't think I captured exactly the language, but it was a discussion item, not an action item, I believe.
It's a
for
possible action.
Oh, possible action. So a discussion item with possible action on this question of Scheduling.
Process and timeline on the administrative structure. So I wanted to I wanted to thank the Township Administration Committee. We have been hard at work. I think one thing that has tripped us up is on process. And so we are all committed to moving this forward as quickly as possible. And I wanted to offer up a potential direction. I have a potential motion here actually related to, and I'll pull it up in a minute here. I just want to suggest that that the board direct the members of the Township Administration Committee to submit complete proposal or proposals, but complete proposals for Scio Township's administrative structure to the Board of Trustees for public posting and review by May 7th at 10 a.m. That is next Friday. So by next Friday, all of us would commit to getting complete proposals. A complete proposal shall include an omnibus outline of the outstanding needs being addressed, proposed jobs descriptions, proposal to establish or modify authorized positions in the fiscal year end 22 budget, proposed resolution to establish Township Supervisor salary, proposed reporting structure, parentheses, organizational chart, proposed resolution or resolutions to delegate certain authorities of the Board of Trustees to certain officers or staff. All actionable items shall be approved to form by the township attorney and include budgetary impact of all proposed costs, including legacy costs, prepared by the township finance staff. The board shall first discuss these proposals at its next regular board meeting of May 11th. No action shall be considered on these proposals prior to the next regularly scheduled meeting of May 25th. And I am screen sharing because that is a long motion. There are a couple operative parts of it. I think the defining of the complete proposal, this would make all of the pieces necessary to operationalize this. I don't want to shortcut anyone's understanding, board members or the public, about what's contained in proposals. Therefore, it's critical we have these proposed resolutions on the delegation of authority and all of these pieces to have a complete understanding of what's being asked. Also, by making sure that the proposals are proposed and actionable, helps to keep the process moving. We would all get them in by Friday, May 7th at 10 a.m. The board shall first discuss these proposals at its next regularly scheduled meeting of May 11th. That does not mean that the board could not schedule additional meetings after the 11th to further discuss, but it would prevent a special meeting prior to May 11th to discuss, because I don't think we're going to have these until May 7th. This has been part of the problem, is not having all of the materials necessary for a full consideration of both models. And then we would discuss at first May 11th. No action shall be considered on these proposals prior to the next regularly scheduled meeting of May 25th. So within here, we would have flexibility on our process, but it would at least provide some discipline to require the full proposals and then a discussion and possible action. Are there questions, or is there a second?
Oh, I'll support that.
So it's moved by Flintoft, supported by Knol. Are there comments from other members of the board? Well, I appreciate this effort, Jessica. I think this is too much detail and too much sort of kind of control in the process with the administrative committee. And so I do not support this motion. Donna?
Earlier today, and just in some discussion, said, I feel like we need to let's address the first step. Which direction are we going to move towards? Then look at the structure after that's chosen. We're trying to do everything in one fell swoop, and it's a lot to make sure that we get it right. That's my thought on everything coming all at once. I think it's bogging down the process. And of course, it's very difficult, as we've referenced many times, with the COVID Zoom kind of thing. It's sometimes easier to sit around a table. But my thought is just choose the direction, then we take the rest of it and start getting that in place. I think we could all do better.
Kathy?
As a member of this administration committee, I think we need to have a comprehensive report to the board. I think that by doing it piecemeal, we potentially fragment it and it becomes more confusing. When we initially talked about this, we talked about presenting a comprehensive report. I believe that there needs to be more of a willingness of members on the committee to be flexible and compromise. In discussions with a Scio resident recently, I was asked, why has this committee met for 5 weeks and we don't have some kind of a compromise proposal? So I think the committee members need to think about that. This isn't a situation where one member can choose to steamroll the process and get it to a certain point with a board vote. This has to be a committee process that's difficult. It takes time. There has to be an acknowledgement of the fact that all of this takes time. And then we try to pull it together. I mean, I've been trying. I don't know if we're going to pull it together at this point, but I think that there has to be some more willingness of committee members to be flexible in the process and consider other points of view.
Thank you. Are there other members of the Board of Trustees who would like to speak? Seeing none.
Alec has his hand up first and Jackie second.
Oh, I can't see the hands up for some reason.
There you go.
Maybe we could take down the motion and
Sure.
then we could see people a bit better.
Sure.
I guess one of my concerns is I'm fine with the 5 days and the May 7th. I do think the requirements are a bit are going beyond what the administrative task force was intended to do, and I do think that all of those steps are required. I don't think they're all required in order for the board to have a discussion with regards to the administrative structure. I would suggest that you could have all the materials as org chart. It's not in front of me right now. And I do think it should be look at the attorney, but I do think then at that juncture that you would have the opportunity to, given 5 days prior support of any materials, consideration at a regular special meeting. I don't think we need to wait till the May 25th in order to take action. If there was action to take, I will clarify that. I get concerned with, I know that I had a proposal and a process that I suggested 4 months ago, and we are still to a point where we have not made any considerable movement at this juncture. I do agree that there's opportunities for compromise. I would agree on that all parties should be held to that consideration, but I do get concerned that the need, which has been demonstrated, I think we all acknowledge that is still a need. And so I want to make sure that knowing that we have a number of meetings that are going to be required of the trustees with regards to possibly Gelman, possibly SADs, possibly this, that I would like to have the flexibility of, with the requirement of 5 days prior giving of the materials for the public to be able to review, the opportunity for the township to decide when this meeting will fall. I don't know when that is, and I won't suggest that I do know that because I don't know all of the other business that's being required by the township in these special meetings and or regular scheduled meetings. So I'd be concerned about the delay of an additional 2 full regular meetings, and then have the concern that we don't take action even on the 25th and that this process is prolonged even further. That would be one of my major concerns.
Jackie?
Thank you. So I do like having a clear timeline and very clear advance reporting of what the goals, what the duties and responsibilities are, with some thoughts on the org chart. I'm open to considering maybe a slightly smaller list of what that whole set of things should be, but the more details I have about the model, the more comfortable I can be making sure that I can fully support it. So I think this is I think laying out many of the specifics will be helpful for the board. So I support that goal and a goal of setting a timeline. And I hear that there's some concern that more flexibility is needed, and I'm open to whether that occurs and which meeting and when. But I do agree with Commissioner Jerome on 5 days of having the materials before they're going to be discussed and then before they're going to be voted on.
Will?
Jessica.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Let me describe a little bit about where some of these materials are at. An outline of the outstanding needs to be addressed. That was something that I'm offering up based on some members of the public, but I think that could be cut. I know neither Will or I have developed that. That said, all of the proposed job descriptions exist. The proposal to establish or modify authorized positions in the budget, that's a simple template resolution I can take responsibility for. That is a small thing. This is standard pro forma. It's required by law. Part of both models have the supervisor going full-time. And so getting that resolution, it's by law a standalone resolution. That is very straightforward. That takes 5 minutes. The proposed reporting structure organization chart, they're both done, I believe, Will, right? And then the proposed resolution to delegate certain authorities of the board to certain officers or staff, I cannot stress how important this is. I drafted this 3.5 weeks ago as part of our committee. We talked about it. It is a template. I wrote it up. It needs to be reviewed by legal, but I'm pretty sure 95% of it's right. This is the document that is most operative. This is the document that actually describes what the powers and duties would be that the board would be delegating to anybody. And so I disagree. I do not believe that this board can look at an org chart and job descriptions and take one step and then another step. I really think that all of this information, I mean, truly, you know, if I had 8 more hours, I could get it to you. You know, and I think Will's probably in the same place. So this is not a big ask. It's a specific list. All of this is drafted. All of this could be available to you. And instead of the drip, drip, drip of information and piecemeal decisions, the last thing I want is for anybody to start moving forward in a direction without the full information and implications and chance to discuss all the implications together so that we make a very informed decision. So I would stand by the list. I think that this could be cut and could be more verbal if we want to state, you know, the needs being addressed, you know, could be verbal instead of a list. I thought that might be 1 page, make the case. What are the needs we're addressing here? Everything else is drafted and available and just not done. So it's not a big ask. On timeline, I agree. I think there is flexibility in here, Alec, though I would say the no action shall be considered prior to May 25th. I think these 2 weeks are important, Alec. The union, the committees, I want PAB to weigh in. I want TAP to weigh in. I have done my best to include everybody's budget requests in the model I'm proposing, and I want to make sure that they're in there. So I don't think, I think 2 weeks is a minimum that I would want the union, the staff, and the key committees to weigh in and discuss so that we could tweak things. Last point on timeline, Alec. If we did this, this would be actionable. Donna, we don't have to do it all at once, but we need to consider it all together. And then if there are pieces, if there's one position we want to move forward or one piece we want to move forward, they're ready to go. So I would maintain this is actually a much more efficient way to go through the process, but it puts all the information on the table. That said, this shorter list, Jackie, I would suggest that we could cut this if you wish.
So Jessica, I just want to be clear. You're talking about all of the positions. You're talking about the 4 new positions that would be a part of either one or the 4 or whatever number of new positions that would be a part of whichever of these models. You're not talking about just the decision about whether to have a township manager or not.
That's right. And I think you'll recall in our committee conversations, I've long maintained that whether to have an administrator or not, I know that has been your first question. And I know I keep saying that is not my first question. My first question is, what's the kind of whole of it? So it's the whole of it. And then maybe there are things that mix and match. You know, I am certain what I'm putting forward is imperfect. You know, but then let's put it all on the table for the board and have, you know, more brains at the table, have the public dig in and have some pieces we can actually work with rather than, you know, thoughts and concepts. We can have actual actionable pieces.
So part of why I'm opposed to this approach is that it is, and this is something that we've been wrestling with in the administrative committee, and that is that it is basically the whole enchilada. It's everything. And what I've seen us bumping up against is a difficulty of sort of sorting out what positions make sense, what reporting relationships make sense, because we haven't sorted out whether the township administrator is the route that we're going or not. And so to me, it makes sense to first, you know, sort out that question, decide where the Board of Trustees is on that question, and then build whatever the structure is around it. I think there's more disagreement about these positions now than there was when we first started meeting as the administrative committee. And it's subtle difference, but it's important difference. And I think that we first need to sort out this question of whether we're talking about having a township administrator before we can, you know, answer this whole thing. Before we, you know, I realize that to you, this is a Rubik's Cube and that we can just keep twisting it until we get it right. But to me, we need to decide what the game is that we're playing before we can really, you know, sort out the puzzle. And we don't have that clarity in the administrative committee. This, I mean, part of what's sort of ironic about this is that this motion has a very specific schedule and timeline in it. And the charge to the administrative committee 2 months ago was to come back with a very clear timeline. And we completely failed to do that. We've made commitments from the administrative committee to the Board of Trustees as a whole for deliverables. We have failed to deliver them. Tonight was another example. And I think that we're somehow going to, you know, because of this motion, we're going to send this to the administrative committee, and all of a sudden the administrative committee is going to become this well-oiled machine that can deliver these proposals back in very short order, I think is unrealistic. Certainly to think that we can present 2 fully formed models by this deadline. So that's why I oppose this, because it's basically saying, go back, do again what you've failed to do several times. And that's the way we're going to do it. And essentially, Jessica, you know, with all due respect, this motion is sort of jamming what you have been arguing for in the administrative committee and what I have been disagreeing with you about in the administrative committee. It's now sort of forcing that in the form of, you know, a motion that takes a bit of explaining for the rest of the Board of Trustees to understand exactly what it is that you're trying to do. I think Kathy had her hand up first.
Kathy, may I just respond very briefly? One clarification, well, that is why the motion is worded as motion to direct members of the Township Administration Committee to submit complete proposals. I do not think that the committee, you know, the only thing the committee has come to agreement on is how much we appreciate Diane Benson. I will say we haven't, it does not say to direct the committee. It says to direct the members of the committee in our discussions, and there are multiple proposals. There's mix and matching, but there have emerged 2 working proposals, right? And so Will, this is the members. We do not need consensus. This is you and me, Will, and anybody else who's got models to get it together. Now, when we have talked about deadlines in the committee, you know, we're very busy people. We work a lot. We're trying hard. Everybody's got it together. But I will say, Will, all of these pieces are drafted. All of these pieces are drafted. So all of this exists. And it's just a matter of getting it together so that the board has complete information. And I think that, you know, I would also remind the board that the charge of the administrative committee, Alec made the amendments to the motion of March 9th that said to recommend administrator or administrators. And I will tell you, Will, our charge is not to determine if we're going to have an administrator or administrators. Our charge was to determine, you know, a model and come back with all of the deliverables. We have been trying to do that. I have 2 administrators in my model. You have 1 administrator in your model. I see no harm in bringing that debate out with complete information to the board.
Kathy?
Yeah, I do not see a need to sort out the administrator question first. I think that this motion offers more transparency to our residents. It offers a clear timeline. It also offers transparency to the board. I think, Will, with at least one of your draft proposals, maybe 2 organizational charts, you're proposing a major administrative change in the structure of the township. And this idea of centralized authority where all of the decision-making or most of it flows through a central person is reporting to you is a major change in the structure of Scio Township government. So we need to take our time. We need to get this information out to the residents. We need to listen to what residents are saying to us and debate some of the issues associated with this. So I would support this motion. I think that we can continue to do the job that we were charged with by adhering to the timeline in this motion. And I don't think we need to decide administrator or not, manager or not first. I think we propose a comprehensive plan to the board.
Or plans. I would say the motion is proposal or proposals. I'm anticipating there would be 2, 1 chief authored by you, Will, and 1 chief authored by me.
Are there other comments, Alec? Sorry.
I'll just make one comment because I do find there's a bit of irony. One is irony in and I'm all for 5 days notice. I will let everyone know that the board has never received 5 days notice for any of the board package to this date. So I do find a little bit of a chuckle in the fact that we're requiring it for this process and we haven't done it for any of the just as important business that we've had in the township for the last 4 months. So I do want to sort of, you know, there's a number of folks, that we're taking a position in terms of the proper process, and we have not done that proper process since we've taken office. So I just want to point that out. I still have, I still object to the restriction of wanting 2 weeks for it. I will point out that the original motion that I made and the original timeline that I made would have provided 4 weeks of review if the administration committee had provided the materials when they'd been asked for it. So I don't think that it's onerous to say that we would have the opportunity and could take action. I'm not suggesting that we have to take action, but I don't think it's fair to limit the trustees and the work of the township when people will have the 5 days prior material provided to them. I am fine with the May 11th. I would just like the motion, in my opinion, to read that any meeting or subsequent meeting or special meeting could be action could be taken at, or however you would like to characterize it. I don't like it that it's basically building in an additional 2 weeks. I do agree with the staff having the opportunity to review. That's why we're providing these materials 5 days in advance for the public. So I don't know why I consider them public and important just as much as anybody else. So I guess that would be my only concern.
Alec, I have struck that last sentence. Is that a friendly amendment that's offered?
That'd be a question for Kathy.
Yeah, I mean, I've got some concerns about that, but I mean, Jessica, how do you feel about that?
Yes, I think, what I think is most important is to get the complete picture in front of the board and the public.
Okay, but
I accept it.
I'm asking you how you feel about striking the last sentence.
I'm happy to make that compromise.
She just struck it.
Okay, I'll go along with it then, but I mean, I'm concerned, Alex, so what are you proposing in terms of when action would be taken?
I'm just suggesting that the township would have the opportunity to take action at a regular scheduled or special meeting as determined based on the requirements of the other business in the township. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it could happen. Quite honestly, I don't know, based on all the other things I've had mentioned to me in terms of things that we're going to need to deal with. I don't know if we'd have the opportunity to do that. I am still not 100% confident that the materials will be in our hands by May 7th. And I don't mean that in a malicious manner, but they hadn't been provided in any of the other deadlines. So I understand that we believe that this is very close to completion, but I just don't want to tie the hands of the Board of Trustees in order to configure meetings in the most efficient manner is all I'm suggesting. So, and I don't know what that is because I don't know what some of the other business topics are. I just know there's a lot coming up. So I just like to have that flexibility. I'm not suggesting that I have a timeline that we would review it on May 11th and call a special meeting on the 12th. That's not what I'm suggesting.
Right. And the motion reads first discuss. I mean, let's look at what we have on the 7th. And then I think that's wise, Alex, to provide some flexibility on course of action.
I want to offer a comment. We've heard from several residents that people have concerns about special meetings during the daytime hours. If we have a special meeting, I want to request that we have it in the evening. And I would prefer that we not have a special meeting, that we do this at a regularly scheduled board meeting, such as May 25th.
And I would say at this point, Kathy, I concur with you on that. And the current motion on the table goes no farther than what we're doing through May 11th.
Okay, I'll go along with it.
Well, here's my concern. We've got a lot of other things that we're trying to schedule. We've got a lot of matters that we're trying to deal with. This is imposing a particular schedule, and I think it limits our flexibility to deal with this. I hear what people are saying, that they want this to happen at a regular meeting, but well, thank you for calling out. The problem is that we're trying to weigh different considerations here, and this is, taking a very strong position, which you're entitled to do with the motion, but there's other considerations. We want to give this topic adequate time and attention. If we insist on putting it in a regular meeting, then we wind up possibly considering it way late, or we push other things that also merit consideration way late. Like last meeting, we had items that we tabled because it just got too late. We run the risk of doing that again tonight in this regular meeting. That is part of the reason for having a special meeting, scheduling it far enough in advance so that people you're not doing it the next day, but you're giving people enough advance notice so that if they care about it, they can be there. And if, we sometimes have to meet during the day, not in the evening, then maybe that makes it more available for some people for whom late meetings are a problem. It's a very arbitrary kind of condition to put on this process. And this is a time when we have a lot of special meetings that we're weighing and scheduling. I think, actually, Jessica, you're going through the list of all the items and demonstrating how some of them, many of them, we already have in hand. I think we might be able to move forward more quickly and still give people the materials 5 days before when we meet. So I would rather that we not have this very sort of ironclad kind of imposition of a schedule. I would rather have the flexibility to schedule a special meeting if that's what makes sense for all of the other things that we're trying to accomplish, and get this done as quickly as possible. I want to get this done. I don't think that we should lock ourselves into something that insists on having every position completely defined, and having all of the answers for before we can go forward. This has been the argument that we've been having in the committee for the past few meetings. And I don't think that this is basically sort of a strong arm tactic to try and get through a particular position that did not prevail in the meetings in the administrative committee. Jessica.
Sure. Neither position prevailed. We did not take a vote. I have presented timelines and deliverables to the committee of ways we can parse this out, and different ways of approaching it. What I am suggesting, Will, and part of the, you have insisted on, putting something on the agenda tonight and not had all the materials available. And so we need to commit to putting all the materials together. Again, we will have them done by Friday, May 7th at 10. The items would include these items. And then the board and the public have everything that they're looking at, and we can have a discussion. The discussion can begin May 11th. After that, you as supervisor need only 18 hours notice to call a special meeting for further discussion, for further action, for anything. So all this does is gives us a do-over to make sure we have all the materials, particularly this that really talks about the powers and duties that the board would be delegating to an officer of staff. This has never been formalized before in Scio Township and has been part of the crux of our problem. And so just like Donna said, when I drafted the resolution, she was like, what is this? And I was like, that's exactly the conversation we need to have with each other. Because that's the meat of it. And I think when we look at it together, we can see what we're talking about and clarify. So as amended, I think this will move us forward efficiently and properly.
I'm not arguing with any of the items that are in here other than perhaps the outline of outstanding needs to be addressed, which you've already acknowledged we probably can do without having a written document for that.
Would you like to, we can strike that.
Yeah, so the other items are all things that we'll need, at one point or another. However, I don't want to insist that we have all of the positions defined and agreed upon in order to be ready to move forward. I think we need to first deal with the question of whether we're talking about having a structure with the township administrator or not. And then we can have an informed discussion about the positions and how they report, what kind of structure we're trying to create. But insist that we're going to have like, a complete model with all of these other positions. We've just we've just opened up a discussion about the deputy treasurer position. That wasn't a part of the original discussion. There's a lot more to talk about there. So if we want to insist that we're going to have sort of fully formed, all the answers for all the positions, then I think we're locking ourselves into more ineffective kind of, spinning of wheels at the administrative committee, because we won't meet this deadline with all of those parts.
And again, Will, this does not direct the committee. We need not ever meet again under this motion, Will. It directs the members of the committee. And I made that specific because I didn't want to be in the same conversation again with the committee talking about approach. I wanted to have the board direct us to produce the information that's required. And so this could be a proposal or proposals and get everything on the table. Not everything has to be acted on at one time. Not things can be, moved forward, but this is what's really going to get us. We know that we have some staffing needs. We have outstanding budget requests from our department heads and committees. And I won't repeat myself. I stand by this motion.
So Kathy, your hand's up.
Yes.
Off you go.
And I'll repeat myself a little bit. I believe that the board wanted to hear a comprehensive recommendation from the committee. And yes, we could have two models. It could be two different models. I accept that. Will, we have David Reed, I believe, in the audience. He is a part of the administrative committee. David and I had a Zoom meeting with you on Friday for more than an hour. We tried to talk to you and get you to possibly shift a little bit, just a little bit. And I did not see that. So I would invite you to have some more dialogue with David. And I would say, if you want to see some movement with the committee, we need to see more movement with you. That's my opinion.
Are there other comments from other members of the Board of Trustees?
Wait, I'm trying to lower it.
Alec has his hand up, Will.
Yep, I see that now.
I'm concerned with one of the comments actually that was just made. And it was in regards to, because I'm fine with the materials as a whole. My concern is the motion to direct members. I am expecting, I don't want individual proposals from individual members of the committee. I do expect the Township Administration Committee, they can present multiple models, but it is a product of the committee and not a product of the members per se.
Okay.
So that gives me a little bit of pause, because that's why we created the Township Administration Committee. So I am looking for them to provide those materials and whatever models they propose, 1, 2, 3, 4, it doesn't, whatever they come up with, still by the same timeline. When it individualized, I would be concerned that anyone could have a model or a motion that they want to propose that isn't in concert with the rest of the committee, which is the reason. And I'm specifically sensitive to Diane, who's not here this evening, and all of her hard work with this, and wanting her to have as much of a role in creating whatever deliverables there are to the BOT, as well as David and yourself and Kathy and Will and the others that are participating in this effort. Donna, I don't mean to sell you short. I'm trying to read my boxes.
You're not.
on the Zoom. So, but that would be one of the concerns I would have had. Otherwise, that just came up as of a moment ago, and I just want to make sure that in my opinion, this is an effort of the Township Administration Committee and not any particular people that constitute it per se.
Well, but Alec, I think I need to point out that what you're asking for is kind of a fantasy in terms of the administrative committee. The administrative committee has met now 6 times since March 9th, and it's clear that it is not going to agree on a model. It's not going to agree. I mean, it may.
I disagree.
Well, I guess if we met long enough, we might.
No, I think we would agree on 1. I don't know if we would agree on 2. And so I was trying to give flexibility to have both models before the board. Alec, I agree with you generally, but.
I guess I was not precluding the fact that the committee could bring 2 different models.
Yes.
I was under the assumption, quite honestly, that this was not, I just wanted to make sure whichever models were presented to the BOT, that they were not the efforts of an individual, but rather at least the review of the committee.
The review, great.
Rather than one particular person or part or people on the committee.
So where we're at is we have roughly 2 models that we have settled on. And there are sort of some camps, I guess, of people on the administrative committee who favor each of those 2 models. The idea was to bring those 2 models to the Board of Trustees this evening, and we just didn't get them into the packet. I had thought, the next best thing is to present them to the Board of Trustees during the meeting, since we had already agreed that we weren't going to have action on them this evening, that we were just going to present them and we were going to limit conversation about them so that we didn't get into too long of a debate because we have other things on the agenda. That was also something that we talked about in the committee. It was not some effort to sort of stop members of the Board of Trustees from being able to discuss them, because in fact, the idea was that we would be having a special meeting devoted to discussion of the 2 models and possible action on them. And of course, action would imply that we would have at that meeting the resolutions that would need to be voted on in order to take action. So I think there's some assumptions built into some of the response to the way that this was presented on the agenda tonight that are, well, to me, they seem incorrect, but in any case, the idea was that we would have these 2 models, we would have plenty of time to consider them, both members of the Board of Trustees and the public, before there was a vote, and that vote would happen at a time that was declared well in advance. So this is basically sort of, insisting on having more of the
information.
I guess that, well, the information you could say, or more work on sort of, fleshing out the proposals than I think is actually wise before or necessary before we have answered the key question. And that is, are we talking about a model that has a township administrator, or are we talking about a model that doesn't have a township administrator? And that is really the question that we need to answer before we can get into all these other positions and determine, which of them makes sense and what reporting relationships make sense and so on. Jessica.
I'd like to offer an amendment to my motion, Kathy, to make clear, to Alec's point, motion to direct the Township Administration Committee to submit complete proposals reviewed by the Committee for Scio Township's administrative structure. To make clear that the proposals would be reviewed. Alec, the committee has not recommended any model. and I don't want to put that on the committee, but I think it is fair and appropriate to say that the committee would review and put forth the models so that they're consistent. And that is a big lift that Diane is really helping with, and we're very appreciative of.
Kathy.
Yes, I want to correct something that you said, Will. You attempted tonight with this model motion to limit board member comments individually to 3 minutes. That's inappropriate. It has never been done, and that was not discussed at the committee. We never agreed on that. This is something that you appear to have come up with, and I'm concerned that you are trying to inhibit board member discussion when we need to have full and robust discussion. I want to also say one other thing. You just commented that deciding on the manager model is a key thing. You said the key thing that we need to decide. Well, that might be, in your mind, the key thing you need to decide. But there are 3 committee members who don't agree with you. So just because you think it's a key thing to decide that has to be decided doesn't mean that the majority of the committee thinks it's a key thing that has to be decided. I don't think it is a key thing that has to be decided. I think we can propose 2 different structural charts and 2 different proposals and have a robust discussion on those.
A point of order, if I could Will, to keep us on track, is I'd like to ask that the discussion stay focused on the motion, that we not continue to discuss the past decisions of the administration committee. The administration committee's it's not helpful, and there are no relevant actions of the committee to be debated anyways. So I would ask if we could return our attention to the motion as currently amended. And Will, if you would be so kind, ask for any discussion and call a vote when ready.
Well, thank you for that helpful direction. Are there any other comments from members of the Board of Trustees on this motion? Seeing none.
Oh, I'm sorry, Will. Jackie's hand is up.
Jacqueline.
Thank you. I think there actually is a lot of common ground in what I heard you, Supervisor Hathaway, saying and what the motion actually is. It's just that, so your attempt was to bring this forward for discussion. There was a lot of concern expressed because there weren't written materials to look at. When I look at this motion, it's basically saying, let's have written materials to look at, and then we can get the discussion going. So I see this motion as achieving a lot of what I hear you saying that you would like. I hear that you're concerned that it's calling for too many specifics. I think it does make sense to have those specifics to really weigh the discussion, although I agree, we don't have to act on everything at once, but at least to explore what the manager model would mean opposed to the other manager model, so that we have the full implications to consider and weigh all at once. That doesn't mean that we have to act on every position all at once. So in my view, there's actually a lot of common ground here, and I hope we can move forward.
if there are no members of the Board of Trustees who have additional comments, let's open it up to the public and see if there's any public comments.
Any members of the public like to comment on the motion as proposed and amended? Please raise your Zoom hand. I see one, Michelle Cody. Michelle?
Thank you for this interesting discussion. I do think I just wanted to speak to some of the issues about timing. It seems that without a clear job description for whatever proposal, and I'm very hopeful that you will have proposal A and proposal B as delineated by some members, because otherwise it's putting the cart before the horse. Clarity comes from a clear needs assessment. And if you don't know who or what you want, or you're proposing, let's do something when you don't know what's already being done. So I support Jessica's hard work in putting together and getting together people to say, here's what I do, so that you understand what's already being done rather than proposing something different. And then when you see both concepts, let's say management concepts, then you can make a more informed judgment and weigh each side. So I also think rushing a timeline, things take time. And if there hasn't been clear job descriptions prior to this, this is a blessing for the administrative flow in the future of the township, especially since it seems pretty growth orientated at this point. So you can't recruit and hire if you don't know you have a clear job description, and it shouldn't be rushed. I appreciate the public information as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next up is B. Widgeon, followed by David Reed. And B. Widgeon, please forgive me for pronouncing your name wrong.
No, you have it exactly right. This is Betty Widgeon.
Betty, hi.
I just wanted to congratulate everyone on the robust discussion thus far on this item. I have to agree with what Courteau has said with respect to the fact that it appears that you are a lot closer together than what it may seem like. Maybe that's from my background and what I do now, but I do want to congratulate you on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. David Reed, followed by Pam Boyd. David?
Yes, I just want to say, Michelle pretty much took the words out of my mouth. I think in order for you to decide whether you want to go with Model A or Model B, I think you need to know the ramifications of Model A and ramifications of Model B, what the job authority of the various positions will be. And I think all that has to be spelled out before you can decide one or the other. So thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you for your service on the committee. Pam Boyd, followed by Rob Pattinson.
Pam Boyd, 517 Linden Lane. First, I'd like to thank you for a very good discussion. This really made my heart pound to seeing you guys really working hard together. Thank you. I'd like to hear both proposals. I would like to know what is out there, and because I'd like to make an opinion too on it. I also like having a timeline. This you could be used as a guideline if you can always extend out, but I think having a guideline gives you parameters to work in. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pam. Rob Pattinson, followed by Alice Owings. Rob?
Hi. I too would like to congratulate you on the robust discussion and everyone working hard on this project. The way I have heard what you've discussed tonight is that these proposals have room to evolve after they're proposed. And it could be that because there are qualities of each proposal that are beneficial, these proposals could be blended in the final decision. And it seems like, and I personally, as a member of the public, would very much like to hear and see what those proposals are. Again, both proposals, like Pam and others have just said. And Will, if your proposal sort of follows the township manager model, you have an uphill battle, because this township is very gun shy about the manager model, because we have been so burned by that process in the past. So that's going to make it much more difficult to get that through. And also, we need the transparency, and we need the power shared, so that we don't have one person with too much power that can make decisions that other people and the residents primarily don't agree with. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Rob. Alice Owings, followed by Jillian Carey. Alice?
Thanks, Jessica. So I did sit in on nearly all of the administrative committee meetings, and I did produce a third possibility that was really trying to bring everybody together. I called my possibility nimble and public facing, because as a member of the public, the thing that scares me about Jessica's proposal is that it's just completely decentralized. I'm still not going to go in. I'm still not going to know who to go ask my question, that kind of thing. And what scares me about Will's proposal was, we're just back to Bryce and enough said. So I tried to sort of come up with something, and had, little nibbles of excitement from Kathy and some interest from Jessica. But guys, what's happening right now is just like what happens in public well, once you've committed to a position and you just start entrenching yourself, you just start defending yourself, you're being attacked, etc., it gets even harder to ever find a middle ground. And I really do think we would all be stronger with a middle ground. Now, I don't have the fancy chart software, so the chart I sent to Alec and to Jacqueline and to Ms. Vogel was just hand done in blue and red ink, and you can discard it. You certainly can. But I think the members of the public are saying to you guys, like, make it work. And I just want to echo, because this really goes back to, this seems like this is just Mr. Jerome's nightmare. His original proposal, I thought, was, hey guys, go away, see if we can find some common ground and come back to us with a proposal. Instead, the administrative committee, in my view, is just these factions ever entrenching. And, it was set up with more people opposed to the manager than in support of the manager and all that kind of thing. And poor Diane really is trying to be Switzerland in the middle of all of it. So I'm not criticizing anybody for feeling strongly about the way that you feel about things. But I'm disappointed to know that there was a lengthy meeting at which more common ground couldn't be found on Friday. And, I've got no pride of ownership about my chart, except that I just would say that, consider somehow appreciating that if we, the public, could have a public facing civil servant, nonpartisan, that everybody could feel comfortable with, even Republicans, it might be really great. And, thank you all. But, I just feel like we've let, we've let the entire board down by this sort of endless bickering. And I don't even know, what is this, an hour and a half at this point but so thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Jillian Carey. Jillian? Hi. Thank you, Jillian. Any other interested members of the public? We still have 31 people with us. I don't see any other interested members. Will?
Okay, can you bring up the motion again so we know what it is that we're actually
Absolutely.
considering? Thanks.
Sure. And can you all see the red line amendments? Great.
So if I understand the motion as it's amended, in order for these materials to be completed and ready for review by the public on May 7th at 10 a.m., they would first have to be reviewed by the committee. Is that right?
Correct.
And by the township attorney?
Correct. As to form. Any actionable items as to form, such as
the resolution.
Yeah.
Okay. And is this as amended now assuming that somehow the Township Administration Committee would produce these, or is it still, are we still talking about basically some version of each of the two motions or the two models, excuse me, that we've been sort of gravitating towards being reviewed and then being vetted by the resolutions being vetted by the attorney and then presented to the public on May 7th at 10 a.m. or earlier, I suppose.
Sure.
So am I understanding that that's what this means?
Yeah, that is what this means. So I think the review by the committee could take place, you know, we could have a meeting Tuesday or Wednesday, whenever you and I, as the likely chief authors, with our buddies, we have had a buddy system this entire time, believe it or not, you know, have a chance to review it. We could have a committee meeting next Tuesday or Wednesday, I would guess, and concurrently have the fiscal analysis, so we know how much each of these cost, and the legal review. So it's a lot, but I think it's in line with the individual conversations we've had. Will, I understand our attorney is available next week, and we could get the fiscal analysis done as well.
So the fiscal analysis is actually one piece of this that wasn't really talked about earlier when we were talking about the
Sure. And I guess, excuse me,
how would that happen? Could you explain that?
Sure. So, and excuse me, it's not a fiscal analysis, just a budgetary impact of all the proposed costs, including legacy costs. So we could look at a proposal that says, you know, say, you know, 3.5 FTE, you know, we'll know the salary ranges and kind of a bulk, and we know the funds that they would be, you know, charged from. And so we would ask Sandy and Rebecca to, you know, produce an analysis of, you know, what the impact would be on those funds if we have enough money, and generally, you know, an estimate of what the cost would be permanently through pension and others.
We were supposed to try and avoid using the word permanently when we're talking about
Yeah, and we don't worry, everybody, we're like everybody else. We did away with the real pension, but we do have a defined contribution plan.
And then the action on this would be to put it on the agenda for the next regular meeting on May 11th. Is that what this?
For discussion.
For discussion. Well, it says the board shall first discuss these proposals at its next regularly scheduled meeting of May 11th. But as it reads now, it doesn't preclude action.
It intends to preclude action, and it intends to preclude discussion prior to May 11th.
I mean, in a public meeting of the Board of Trustees. So basically what you're saying is the first time that the Board of Trustees would discuss these matters, these proposals, these models in public would be at the public meeting, the regularly scheduled public meeting on May 11th.
Correct.
All right, well, I guess I'm comfortable supporting the motion as it's currently, as it currently reads.
And Will, based on your comment, are you contemplating that first discuss might mean first discuss and possibly act?
Well, it seems unlikely, but I don't want to preclude the board from acting if it so chooses. Just as we wouldn't want to, limit the board in terms of, how long they could talk.
Yeah, and I would say, the second sentence that we struck, Alec, which I do support, no action shall be considered on these proposals prior to the next regularly scheduled meeting. I would say, I would offer another amendment based on your insight, Will, that we would say shall first discuss and only shall first discuss these proposals at its next regularly scheduled meeting of May 11th. And then I would suggest that we say no action shall be taken on, how do we say this, these proposals at that meeting. Now, that doesn't mean that you couldn't call a special meeting, let's say the morning of May 11th for May 12th, there could be a special meeting where these are, where there's action. And not that you would, but I'm just saying, I do think it's important.
Why do you want to tie our hands by saying that there could be no action taken on these proposals on May 11th? We will have had all the material well in advance. We will have a public meeting to consider it. It's not like we haven't been talking about all this stuff for months and months. Why do you want to tie the hands to limit the Board of Trustees' ability to act on May 11th? What is your purpose?
Multiple requests from the public have been to have 30 days, 2 weeks, all of these time periods between discussion and action. And so I would just suggest, we just have a discussion. It's sort of the model that I don't know if it was when Charlie, but Donna has educated me about this, that, there's sort of a rhythm for big items that we strive to get to, Will, of introducing big action items for discussion only, and then wait 2 weeks for the next one, like with the FOIA, one. And just because we talked about the long meetings and members not having enough time to consider things. So I would just suggest that. I see Donna's hand is up.
I would like to call on her. Yes, Donna.
I have never heard that the public has asked for a 30-day timeline. My suggestion on this whole thing, I will support this motion, but I do not want the suggestion that's been added, like no action shall be taken on these proposals. Our board can make that decision. If we decide we vetted everything and we like what we see and we choose to make a decision on the 11th, then we'll do it. It's up to the board. I don't want to, I agree with Will. Don't tie everybody's hands. We're pretty smart. So I say we move on this motion on the 11th. And we'll go from there. If the board says we feel comfortable, we've got a good thing, let's take a vote. Okay, we'll take a vote.
Kathy?
Okay.
But as to this 30-day thing, I have never heard
Yeah,
this.
it's in some of the written comments we've gotten over the last couple of days, but I hear you, Donna. We can address it. I think as long as we know we have the complete proposals reviewed by the committee, you know, for completeness and everything before us on the 11th, we can go from there.
Kathy?
Yeah, I just want to comment. We have heard from many residents that they would like some time to read the materials and hear our discussion. So May 7th and May 11th, that would give them 4 days. And I would caution us to consider that many people might want a longer period of time than 4 days. So I think it's very reasonable. I mean, this resolution is reasonable. We may, and we don't have to decide this now, but given what we've heard from people tonight and the correspondence we've gotten, I think our residents need longer than 4 days to sufficiently review everything, ask questions, and weigh the issues. So I'll be pushing for a later vote, nothing on the 11th, but we don't have to decide that now. We did strike that one sentence.
So the way that we'll approach this on the 11th is we'll talk about it, talk about the models, and then we'll decide as a board if we feel ready to act or if we want to allow more time. And presumably members of the public will speak, and if they feel that more time is necessary, they'll tell us so.
Mm-hmm. And there's multiple actions in this. I mean, there may be pieces, you know, so I think it works.
Well, I hope it works. I sense that we are ready to vote and that perhaps this could even pass unanimously, but actually I can't see Jackie with the screen the way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So actually, I guess I can adjust it and possibly see her. Oh, there you are. Jacqueline, I just want to make sure you have a chance to speak if you want to.
Thank you. I have said what I wanted to say and I'm ready to move on to a vote.
Okay. If there's no, whoops. Who is David? David's already spoken. If he's seeking to speak again, I think we're ready for a vote. If we can call the roll.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoft? Yes. Courteau?
Yes.
Jerome?
Yes.
Knol?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. That brings us to the end of unfinished business. And now we are on new business. The first item is the possible action on the Washtenaw County Road Commission Local Roads Agreement Part 2. And this is a recommendation for other road improvement projects or road maintenance projects in conjunction with the matching funds from the Road Commission. So this is part of the annual matching funds program that they have for local roads. And also in conjunction or in partnership with the Township's Downtown Development Authority, although the specific nature of that will be a matter for action by the DDA at their upcoming meeting. Jessica.
So to clarify, the commitment that we would be making tonight is $168,449.32 from the Township Local Roads SAD funds.
I just have to, I'm sorry, I have to scroll.
I know that you're anticipating a contribution from the DDA, but I'm assuming that what you're anticipating is that the DDA might offer a reimbursement to the township, correct? So that we would be, I just want to be clear that we would be authorizing the full amount. Is that how you understand this, Donna? We'd be authorizing the full amount from our road fund?
Well, I have some questions before I answer any question, any.
Okay.
because I know how this process works. The $168,449 in pennies. How can we take it from the SAD that we have when that has been a designated fund for connector roads? There is a plan that the committee worked very hard on, setting up a maintenance plan, which has always been an issue with roads. And we all have had to live with that. We are trying to be better. I don't want to deplete that fund. This proposal comes every year with a list. And I see we're looking at, looks like the decision has been made and is being presented. At least that's what I'm seeing out of this. And we would choose what we felt we could do without ever looking at the road fund. So I don't want to vote on something without knowing where this money's coming from.
No, I thought that was spelled out.
Well, not clear enough for me, I'll put it that way. I mean,
ditto.
I feel the same way. I had a question about that. I mean, when I read it, I interpreted it to mean that some would come from the Township SAD fund and some would come from DDA funds, but it wasn't specified, and I think it needs to be specified.
Well, you know what? The DDA's meeting very soon. Why don't we table this until May 11th, and then the DDA will have met by then, and we can be voting on this with better information.
Yeah,
that sounds good.
That's good.
And
I'll make the motion to table.
I'll support.
Motion by Palmer, support by, I didn't see whom.
It was Knol.
No. All right, thanks. Unless there's comment from the public, we could call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
yes.
Flintoft, yes. Courteau,
Yes.
Jerome,
Yes.
Knol. Knol,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay. So the next item is local roads maintenance for prior special assessment districts. And I think this motion fits more neatly into what Donna was just talking about. These are special assessment districts that have basically taxed themselves, neighborhoods that have taxed themselves to improve their roads. And this is in keeping with the township's commitment to provide maintenance of those SAD roads as a part of the township-wide SAD. And this firm, I learned, has been a reliable provider of this kind of maintenance, the crack sealing sort of repair maintenance for the township for many years, and has demonstrated that it's an economical way to accomplish this work. Is there, Jessica?
Yeah, I support that. I would just ask that soon we reactivate the roads advisory committee or reconfigure it in some way. I think we are we need a public space to be talking about all of this road deliberation. But I support this. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Jacqueline?
In looking at the proposal, I don't see the specifics of what the overband crack seal material is, and I couldn't find specifics in doing some research. I am a little bit concerned about not having the material specified because if it is coal tar sealant or contains coal tar sealant, Huron River Watershed Council is very much against that. And I think we even proposed Scio even acted to limit that, and I see Donna has a comment here, so.
Yes, we did, Jackie. They can't use it.
Yeah, I will add, the planning commission made that last year, or well, I don't know how long ago we made that, a number of years ago. And the township board adopted it.
Yep.
That's part of our
And that
ordinance.
is prohibited in Scio Township.
So I would just like a very clear specification of what material they're planning to use so that we ensure that we are in keeping with our variously approved procedures. And so I would make a motion to table this and go back to them for more specifics.
I wish I had that information. Sure, let's table it and we'll get more information.
Could we approve it contingent upon providing the appropriate materials to the township supervisor, Jackie? I hate to prolong, if this is somebody that's done this for a number of years, and if I would not let them perform any work without being able to provide that to the supervisor, clerk, and treasurer prior to commencement of activities. Would that be something that you would be comfortable with?
I would be, thank you.
So we would amend the model motion to indicate that approval is contingent upon providing documentation that the materials used do not contain coal tar.
Correct.
Yes.
Or is it documentation of materials, Jackie?
Well, yes, both. I mean, documentation that it does not contain coal tar, but I would actually like for us to see what it does contain.
Right, okay. That's what I thought.
Okay, with that amendment to the model motion, is someone ready to make the model motion?
So moved.
Moved by Jerome.
Support.
Support by Palmer. Are there other comments from the public on this?
Please raise your Zoom hand. Rob Pattinson. Rob?
I've got a friendly question. I know you don't interact, but isn't this the kind of thing that the road commission takes care of? What is the specialty that this company provides that the road commission doesn't do? That's all. Thanks.
A lower cost.
Okay. Fair enough.
Thank you, Rob.
They may provide other benefits as well, but that's the way that this was presented to me, that Scadeller is a lower cost, very reliable provider of the same services that the road commission offers.
Okay, Jillian Carey. Jillian? Thank you, Jillian. I see no other interested members of the public. Will?
I think then we're ready for a roll call.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoft? Yes. Courteau?
Yes.
Jerome?
Yes.
Knol? Knol?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear. Motion passes.
Okay, the next item. Scrolling down is the possible action on the township assessor job posting. And I will briefly present, as you all know, our longtime head assessor, Jim Murray, is retiring at the end of August. This is a proposed job posting that we could get up very quickly on the website for the Assessors Association and move quickly to begin recruiting candidates for his replacement. The goal is to have someone in place who can overlap with Jim for at least a month, if not longer, so that there's a good transition period. Are there any questions or comments from the Board of Trustees? Yes.
This is great. Thank you for moving this forward, Will. I just want to remind us as at the next meeting, Will, maybe we could you could recommend a committee to do the search. Would be great to do. And also at our next meeting, the Township Administration Committee will be bringing a recommendation to bring on Diane Benson for very part-time, short-term HR support, including helping with this and other key recruitments we have.
Any other comments or questions? Are there comments from the public?
Please raise your Zoom hand. Anybody want to be our assessor? There are none. Oh, Jackie has her hand up, Will.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just a very quick clarifying question. I apologize. I'm not sure of the terminology of what a level 3 versus a level 4 assessor is.
I hesitate to try and wade too far into that because my own understanding of it is relatively limited, but there are requirements for certain communities to have a level 4 assessor. And Scio Township used to have that requirement, and then our population, I believe it was the population. No, it's not just a function of population. There's some formula. And when Dexter became a city, it changed the formula for Scio Township so that we now can recruit a level 3 assessor. Jim Murdy is a level 4 assessor. And his counsel is that we would be better if we could find someone who is a level 4 assessor. We'd be better off. That's a higher qualification. And he thinks that Scio Township, for a variety of reasons, would be better served by having a level 4. But one of the things that we sort of settled on with this job description is if we found a qualified level 3 assessor who we felt was aspiring to become a level 4 assessor, that person might be a good candidate for Scio Township. So that's why the job description is written the way that it is. But as to the specific differences between a level 3 and a level 4, I hesitate to sort of go too far down that path. Donna.
I don't know the specifics, but I've always likened the level 4 certification to a PhD in any other profession. It is hard to get. It takes a lot of work. And Jim did it because at one time we did need that. We may need it in the future as we continue to grow because it's based on SEV, taxable value. Well, the SEV, there's a lot, that's one of the factors. So, but anyway, that gives you an idea. Level 3, maybe is a master's. Level 1 and 2, maybe bachelor's or associates. It's a good way to think about it, guys.
Are there other questions? Are there comments from the public? Or did we already ask for comments from the, we did already ask for comments.
We did. Mm-hmm.
All right, sorry, I lost
That's
track
okay.
of where we were. In that case, please call the roll.
And I'm sorry, who made the motion and seconded?
We need to make a motion.
I'll move.
Moved by Palmer.
I'll support.
supported by Jerome. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer.
Yes.
Flintoft, yes. Courteau,
Yes.
Jerome,
Yes.
Knol,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay. I'll try and pay closer attention going forward here. The next is an approval of bid specifications for IT managed services for the township. And this is something that Jim, as a testament to his many hats that he wears, he's also our IT person, and he helped us with the formulation of these specifications. Are there questions?
I would just note, make sure people draw their attention to the model motion. This is something Will, Jim, and I reviewed and discussed, that we would approve the bid specs, and our procurement policy requires that the board approve these bid specs, and that we would direct the supervisor or designee to issue the request for bids within 2 business days, with the goal of returning to the Board of Trustees with a recommendation by June 22nd. So that's the goal, and that would again give us the time to have some overlap with the new contractor and Jim Murdy before he retires.
Jacqueline.
Just a quick question about why to contract this out rather than hire a part-time person. Is the feeling that you can get more of a specialist, or I'm just curious about that thought process.
Well, my sense from the conversation that we had is that Jim's advice was that we have people on staff who are already demonstrating that they can handle some of the in-house aspects of what we would need, but that part of what we would be looking for with an outside contractor is kind of the breadth of service that would help us in a variety of different situations. And he thought is probably a much more economical way to go than trying to do a search to find somebody who would be the IT specialist or director or whatever the title might be in-house. For one thing, it's very difficult to find people, qualified people to do that it's my understanding, to recruit people to do that who are able to, stay at a price that the township could afford for an employee.
Mm-hmm. And Jackie, part of the, proposals from the administration committee includes staff roles of some of the new positions that would beef up some of the in-house stuff that we haven't had as much of, like the training and the day-to-day support for software. This would be more, disaster recovery, ongoing network maintenance. And so, yeah.
Are there other questions from members of the Board of Trustees? Are there comments from the public?
Any comments from the public? Anybody want to be our IT person? I see none.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Has someone made the model motion?
So moved.
Moved by Jerome. Support by Palmer. We've already had comments. Please call the roll.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoft? Yes. Courteau?
Yes.
Jerome?
Yes.
Knol?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Next item is Zebra Road Pathway Phase 3 contract with OHM Advisors for construction engineering. And we have with us, he's hung in here this whole evening, Matt Parks, who can answer questions if there are any about the nature of the work, the nature of the agreement with OHM.
And I'll just note for the public, the fiscal implications are in here. It's budgeted. This would be coming from millage funds. Matt.
Yep, thanks. Thank you. In your packet, you should have a proposal. Pretty basic, standard construction engineering services to oversee the contractor and ensure that they adhere to all the permit requirements from the road commission and all the other permits we secured. This is for Zeeb Road Phase 3. So basically taking the path north from where it is today, crossing Dexter and Arbor, then crossing Zeeb, going up the east side of Zeeb. And this phase terminates about 1,500 feet north of Miller Road. So the north edge of the Kangas property. Everybody knows Jerry, I think. It's basically the staking, the material testing, the inspection oversight, any construction engineering needed, and administration of the contract. Also included, and we broke it out, there was some advanced work that was already been completed this winter. We had to go in and clear some trees, and we tried to avoid more of the nicer trees as much as we could, and did some clearing and grubbing. We had to do that in order to avoid the bats, the Indiana bats that are protected during their roosting season. So we went in there and did that. We broke that out, bid that separately. That part of the project's done. That contract's been closed. E.T. McKenzie was the contractor for that. They came in under budget. So, and I'll get into the next contractor on the next item, but this is just for OHM services to take care of some of those services that have already been rendered, and then also the upcoming CE services to oversee the contractor.
Okay, and I just want to clarify that because of the timing for putting together the meeting packet, the actual contract was not reviewed by the township attorney prior to the meeting. So the motion is contingent on review by the township attorney. Are there any questions or comments? Are there any comments or questions from the public?
Any public? Jeff Jackson. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, good evening.
Hey.
Hey, so yes, I do want to make a comment here. First of all, I want to state again that I am strongly in favor of the Zeeb Road pathway and its eventual connection up the Huron River Drive and the border to border trail. So no worries there. But for some time, I have wondered and been concerned about why the pathway has to cross at Dexter and Arbor instead of continuing up the undeveloped triangular parcel and allowing for a switching of roadsides at Miller Road instead. That always seemed to make more sense to me. Looking in the proposal now, I'm going to quote just one sentence here from the proposal. Additionally, the township was unable to obtain the requested temporary easement on the triangular parcel along the west side of Zeeb Road, forcing the pathway to be relocated to the east side of Zeeb, where there is limited right of way. Okay, that explains the change, but it is unclear to me why the township was unable to obtain this temporary easement on an undeveloped, unremarkable piece of property. So I am hoping before this item is voted on, somebody could clarify that. That's all. Thank you.
I don't have all the information, but the township approached the owner of the triangular piece. We needed a temporary grading easement. The efforts I know were pretty consistent, and it occurred last fall, and they were absolutely opposed to it. And so by flipping it over to the east, obviously we're along the wing property there, but we were able to fit it in because we didn't need the grading easement. There's a little bit more right away to work it in as opposed to on the triangular piece. So I don't have the details. I was not personally involved in any of that negotiation or the contact with the property owner. The previous supervisor was, So potentially he might be able to shed some light on that and where those negotiations failed. But it was a design change that led to the switching, and the road commission was supportive of working with us on that change for the signals.
Donna?
I think there was some discussion about the fact that there is a traffic light where we're crossing versus at the top of the hill. If that had happened, there was a question about safely crossing, because we know we can't go down on the west side of Z. That we already knew there would be absolutely no bending of some property owners. And that, you know, just from other things, but the traffic light was, I think, Matt, really key in us going across there.
Yeah, you're right, Donna, and that's another good point. On top of being unable to secure the easement, Road Commission was looking at some traffic improvements, and it would have been a cost share. It wouldn't have been the sole responsibility of Scio Township to put it in. However, there would have been some prep work and some planning to put in a new light and a PED signal at Miller Road, and those costs were pretty substantial. Even just the prepping of the road, and the Road Commission's actually got it on their list to do something there in the future. I don't think they've established a timeline, but there'll be some work. And coming up on the east side of basically create a situation where the township didn't have to front any money or participate in any of those intersection costs. So that's a very good point, Donna. Thank you for reminding me about that.
Another thought, man, I think you alluded to this, but going up on the east side of Z, there is a wider right of way because the road used to be closer to those property lines. That's where Z Road used to be until King Sealy, that used to be in that plant where it's what, BTI or whatever the plan is down there. Years and years ago, they paid for rebuilding Z where we know it because of trucking and stuff. So I think there is a larger or a wider right of way there, isn't there?
Yeah, there is, and especially as you go north on Z, once you cross Miller, the right of way is a little bit substantial and workable.
Yes.
Well, thank you both. Are there other comments from the public? Would someone like to make the motion?
So moved.
Moved by Flintoft.
Support.
Support by Courteau. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoft, yes. Courteau,
Yes.
Jerome,
Yes.
Knol,
Yes.
motion passes.
Next item is the Z Road Pathway Phase 3 award of contract for construction. And Matt, you can sort of fill us in about the bid process.
Yes, I was actually really happy with the results. It's very busy right now. There's a lot of construction projects going out. We had 7 prospective contractors pick up and obtain plans, 5 of which actually submitted a bid. There would have been 6 had COVID not struck one of the local contractors, but they missed their bid. But with 5 bids and 1, the low bid, and 1 that we're very, very familiar with, the contractor that built the previous 2 phases, LJ Construction, had the lowest bid, also had the highest score overall just because of their previous work, their reputation. Both of those phases came in on time, under budget. So couldn't have been happier with that. Our engineer's estimate was about 750,000, a little north of 750,000, and their bids came in around 660. So very, very good price, very competitive price. We looked at all of their bid items, everything lined up, nothing was unbalanced. We got a good working relationship with John Jocham with LJ. Like I said, he did the previous 2 phases and they did a fantastic job. So overall, just happy with the results, happy that we had good competition, and all 5 of the contractors were reputable and submitted solid bids, but we recommend LJ Construction for this.
Okay, are there any comments or questions from members of the Board of Trustees? Any comments from the public?
Jackie has her hand up, Will.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Sorry.
You're in the dark.
Yeah, my light does overhead doesn't work. I just following up on a comment from the public about where these funds are coming from, both for this project and for the last. These were part of the budgeted pathways projects for this year, correct?
They're both budgeted and they're all coming from the millage funds.
Thank you.
Well, some of the construction is being paid for with grants, I believe.
Nope,
No.
we're budgeting, this is all budgeted through the millage funds is what's proposed. I mean, if grants come in, the township could reimburse that fund, but I don't think there are any grants. There are no grants in hand here that are being applied.
Right, that's how it works. I forget.
Because the MDNR and the connecting communities are reimbursement based.
Yep. I get it. Sorry, I forgot that reimbursement mechanism. Okay, so we have no further comments that I see.
I just want to also thank OHM for running that bid process for us as well.
No problem.
I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person.
We'll have more coming up. We just recently opened up bids for Parkland Plaza, and as you know, we have Liberty Road. So there's all sorts of excitement. I'll let you know when the next ones are.
It sounded sort of like a game show, you know, the opening.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have a motion? Has someone made the motion?
So moved.
Moved by Jerome. Support by Knol. And I don't see any other comments. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoft, yes. Courteau,
Yes.
Jerome,
Yes.
Knol.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We'll get to work.
Thank you,
thanks,
Matt.
Thank you.
So the next item is completion of the parking lot and signage improvements at Township Parks and Nature Preserves. Let me just scroll down through here. Okay. So these, last year, we began making some improvements at the different several of the different parks and preserves owned by the township, and this is a continuation of that work. There's a particular parking lot at the now Liberty Pond nature area that was not completed in the last construction cycle, in part because of its proximity to a wetland, which required additional permitting. So that is the biggest part of this, but there are some other sort of elements, signage, and so on that will sort of bring this forward. And actually, Alec, I should turn this over to you. You're our board rep to the Parks Advisory.
Well, the only so it is a completion of some of the other areas that we've been working on, but the only thing I would mention also at the Liberty Pond nature area is that we did take some additional time to make modifications to the parking lot to accommodate buses, so that we're hoping, it already is, and that we're not hoping, we're actually sustaining the use by the Ann Arbor Public School System, and hopefully others will have the opportunity to educate students via that parking lot and that nature area. So that was one of the reasons that it's a little bit more costly, and it took a little bit additional engineering in order to accommodate those needs.
Way to go.
Are there any questions or comments from Board of Trustee members? Members of the public? No?
I see none.
Would someone like to make the motion?
So moved.
Moved by Jerome, support by Courteau. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoft, yes. Courteau,
Yes.
Jerome,
Yes.
Knol,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, we are on discussion only, Freedom of Information Act, FOIA policy and procedures for Scio Township. And Jessica, this is your baby.
It could be my baby. This is for discussion only. I'm planning to bring it back. I wanted to give you all time to review this, ask any questions. Thank you to Deputy Clerk Mary Gillis. Our FOIA policies have been a little bit out of date for about 3 or 4 years. Nothing substantive, but just hasn't conformed with the current recommended procedures and policies. We've updated our website. Christy Aiken, office coordinator, does a wonderful job serving as our de facto FOIA coordinator. We do about 75 to 100 a year. So I would just encourage you all to look at the proposed procedures guideline, public summaries, cost itemizations, the publics, the board. Let me know if you have any questions about any of this. Coming back to you, May 11th would be 2 model resolutions. 1 would be to approve all of these procedural documents, and 2 would be to appoint the clerk as FOIA coordinator. I would continue to largely delegate the day-to-day duties to our office coordinator, but would retain the responsibility for rejecting. The FOIA coordinator also has to reject FOIAs. That is done exceedingly rarely, only when there's a narrow legal reason to do that. Also, as part of this, outlined some reminders about some links to some accompanying trainings that we had MSU do. OMA and ethics accompany this, and Deputy Clerk Mary Gillis is looking for a good training, or we're going to create a good short training on FOIA and public records. And we'll be recommending that all board and committee members and staff take it. The biggest thing is people understanding what a public record is and when they are obligated to produce it. So any questions or additional information you'll need before May 11th?
I don't see any additional comments. I would just like to say, I'm hoping that we will all sort of dig in and take advantage of some of the training. If there's a really good one that Mary finds, I think that would be a good thing, because every time I encounter FOIA and Open Meetings Act information, I learn something new. I think it's a good thing to sort of refresh our understanding of on a regular basis.
Great.
Well, there's no action that we need to take on this, so.
Jackie has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jackie, I didn't see you.
Just following up on that point, it is the training that was done in the Scio Township Academy. I'm not sure where that link is. Could you just remind people where that link lives on the website, please?
Sure. It's actually in the cover page of your meeting packet, in that last paragraph there. And also.
Oh, that was our session. I'm sorry, that wording was unclear to me. I thought that was a general other session, but that's the one that was our session.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It is, yes. And we'll make that more clear on the website, just haven't gotten to it yet.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions? Is there anyone in the public who would like to comment? Or is this a discussion item? This is, I can't remember what we do with discussion items.
We generally don't, but you may ask, you've asked, and
I don't see anyone.
I see none, so.
So the last item is the one that we added, and this, I don't know if I have the correct wording, but it was the Planning Commission's request for an exception for site visit for the test of acoustics.
Right, so it's an exception to our policy prohibiting in-person meetings, and it's for this one-time request, or this one-time meeting, and I think Commission Chair Culbertson gave a pretty clear explanation of why we feel that's needed. Did you have was there a question?
Jessica.
Yes, I've been trading voicemails with Jan about this. Will and I thought this might be coming to the board meeting on March 25th, and it did not. But I did spend the time prior to them kind of working through a couple options that we could maybe take on this. I will remind us that on March 25th, we voted to require electronic meetings of all of our boards and committees. So this would constitute a meeting. Also, you know, I understand the purpose of the meeting and it needs to be in person. I think we would have two options. One is to allow, I'm not comfortable with the idea of allowing an exception for the planning commission this one time, particularly because it's not an essential service. It's important. We want to keep things moving. But I would be much more comfortable if we allowed outdoor meetings beginning when the state DHHS recommendations are lifted, which I think they have been for outdoor meetings. And I'm wondering why we can't do this option, Jackie. Why can't we stick with what we decided to do on March 25th, particularly in the interest of, you know, we just denied a fireworks application for the very same property and other community sponsored outdoor events. Why can't the planning commission legally gather information without having a public meeting? I guess, you know, and I'm wondering why can't the planning commission, the sound test happen and it just be information gathering, you know, less than a quorum of the planning commission would go, they would leave, the other less than a quorum would go, they would leave.
I see that Commission Chair Culbertson is present in the meeting.
Sorry.
Could I defer and let her address that?
Sure.
Hi, Jan.
Hi, thanks.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah. I think that the issue is it's the way it takes a while to set up the system, and the sound test, they also want to involve the neighbors because the sound test needs to be read at multiple locations around the site. And so what it would be is if we had 3 shifts, either it would have to go on for multiple hours, or it would have to go on a couple, you know, days or whatever, different days. And so the Herons would have to hire that acoustic engineer. And then if you have multiple people, people are asking different questions, getting, you know, different levels of information. And also it would have the opportunity for the neighbors and any other residents that were interested in this, because this is a big deal. This is one of the major issues that we've had with event spaces is the noise and how that travels. The other thing is the timing of it. We want to make sure that this happens before the leaves go on the trees, and it's already, they're starting to leaf out, and that changes the way that a sound travels. So there's a timing issue, and then there's the concern that it's important for everyone to have the same information as opposed to, you know, rotating in and people asking different questions and so forth.
So Jan, just quick follow-up. It sounds like discussion is important. So it sounds like the meeting aspect is important, having the same information, the same chance to reflect. How many neighbors?
There is a
estimate.
My estimate is, I think there are there 7 or there are adjacent properties? Jackie, maybe you can do you remember? I think there were about 7 in that one subdivision.
That sounds right. I don't remember the precise.
Yeah, there
number.
weren't a lot. Yeah, there weren't very many. And then maybe a couple on, that are, within a couple miles or something like that.
And
So
I just want to remind the board, we can't set capacity limits for meetings. So there's no legal way to do that, but just an estimate.
And with the location, I mean, it's pretty large, so obviously the distancing would not be an issue. And they have Zoom access, so we would be also able to make it a virtual for those who could not attend in person.
I wonder if we could think about what your proposal was, Jessica, to consider outdoor meetings.
Sure,
as a general rule rather than just making an exception for this one. Can you explain how that would work?
Sure. Let me describe this. So I made this up to permit so we would let's see. Okay, that we would permit hybrid meetings, because what we've done now is required electronic meetings, okay? So that there's no physical space. So what we could do is also permit electronic attendance of all members of Scio Township Board and its committees per blah, 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 and to encourage members of the public to join remotely, but to hold meetings in an accessible, properly posted physical meeting space outdoors, outside of any enclosed structure. Outdoors, outside of any enclosed structure, accessible, publicly posted. Those would be the conditions for the outdoor meeting, beginning only if and when the state DHHS and County Public Health Department lift any orders or recommendations against such a gathering, because those kind of come and go. For all board and committee meetings through December 31st, unless the County Board of Commissioners ceases a state of emergency at an earlier date, and to direct the clerk to issue model procedures for adoption by each committee for its members to be encouraged to join such outdoor meetings remotely, including protocols for any member of the public requesting to join in person. Just so that the township, via me, has issued procedures that say, if you're going to show up in person, social distance, masks, etc. But please know, any capacity limits you see in state orders do not apply to public meetings.
Kathy, I'm sorry, I just noticed your hand was up.
I had some questions. I guess that'd be for Jan. So I've driven by the barn, and I'm told that the barn is going to be relocated on the property and that it's going to be refurbished. I mean, the way it is right now, there are open spaces. You can look through the wood and see the other side of the field through the barn. I mean, it's got all these openings. So I'm wondering, why are they doing this testing now before the barn has been moved?
Sure. And what this is, it's an acoustic simulation done by a sound engineer. So what they are going to be doing is replicating the sound of a range of music, right? And then the barn they're proposing a certain acoustic design for the barn. Now, one of the things that we've asked them to also simulate is when doors open and people are going out for fresh air or whatever, what that will sound like too. So it is an acoustic simulation of what the expected sound is.
And what about all the holes, the cracks in the walls?
It isn't being done at the barn. It is being done at the proposed relocation site.
Oh.
Yes.
So Kathy, maybe if I can follow up on that question, I think the reason they want to do the test is that they may not relocate the barn if it's not approved as an event space, because that is what would fund relocating and renovating the barn. That's why they are trying to do the acoustic. I'm sorry, Jan, if I jumped in on that.
No, perfect. Thank you.
So, you know, under what I kind of described, what it would allow is for our board and our committees to hold hybrid meetings outside, provided that there are no orders currently in place from the state or the county prohibiting it. And I recommend that just because I do feel uncomfortable making an exception for one body, but not another body. I mean, having a hybrid meeting outside is not particularly convenient. I don't think we're gonna have many takers, but.
Isn't that a part of their plan? As I understand it, there will be a method for people to participate remotely, those who can't be present.
That's correct.
I would support that motion.
Is there further discussion by the members of the Board of Trustees of the motion? Does everyone understand what the motion is?
And so it would apply to all committees and bodies. I do have it written up here because I thought it was going to come on another one. But it would permit the electronic attendance for boards and committees, encourage people to join remotely, hold meetings in an accessible, properly posted physical space outdoors of any enclosed structure. And I would issue model procedures for adoption, just if you were going to do this, some of the precautions in place.
And with the state guidelines.
Correct, within the state guidelines, and this would be prohibited if the state or county currently had an order in place saying don't do this.
Correct.
So if conditions worsened, for example, with the COVID situation, and that such an order, you know, the state changed its order, then this would no longer
Not be allowed.
Okay.
That's correct. And everybody, please know though, the capacity limits do not apply to public meetings, indoors or outdoors.
Okay.
Clear
Are
as
there
mud?
Yeah, clear as mud. I don't see any other comments from the members of the Board of Trustees. We have a motion.
Support.
And support.
No, you need support. I made a motion.
I support.
There we go.
Okay, so motion was made by Jerome. Support, I think, Jessica was first. I think I saw a hand go up, but now I don't see it. Oh, there we go.
Yes, Rob Pattinson. Rob?
I've got a question. If this particular space has access to a Zoom link, so it can be virtual for the public, is this proposal, does it depend on the location of the outdoor meeting having a Zoom link, or is that different? And I also want to say this proposal makes sense because you have the $25,000 upgrade to the IT and audiovisual equipment so that you can have virtual meetings easier. So it makes sense. But my question is it dependent on the location having a Zoom link? Thank you.
Thank you. I think it would just be dependent on the township staff or commission members running the Zoom from the location, so just Wi-Fi.
Are there other comments or questions from the public? see none. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoft, yes, Courteau,
Yes.
Jerome,
Yes.
Knol,
Yes.
motion passes.
That brings us to the end of our business agenda, and now we are at public comment at the end of the meeting.
Harvey Summers, followed by Alice Owings. Harvey? Harvey, followed by Alice.
Good evening. My name is Harvey Summers, and hours later, I'm still at 2129 Autumn Hill Drive. Thank you for all you've done this evening. Let me first mention that I was one resident who requested a 30-day period for residents to review planning for the proposed administrative changes. Just wanted to mention that. This was in my emailed public comments submitted this afternoon for the record for tonight's meeting. I've seen public hearings at one meeting with action delayed to a subsequent meeting, a 2-week period available for public comments on other issues. This proposed major change to the township structure seemed to me to deserve more time. But thank you for discussion of the process at I-4. I appreciate the outcome. Next issue. I don't want to be difficult. I don't quite understand one issue. I understand there's a discussion underway to change the supervisor's position from part-time to full-time, which surprises me a bit. During last autumn's campaign, I don't remember the possibility of changing the position to full-time being raised. Did I not remember this being raised? Voters last fall voted for 2 full-time officers, the clerk and the treasurer. Voters expected the supervisor to be part-time, and the supervisor's position, I understand, to be part-time because there are 4 additional trustees supporting the work faced by the board. So I'm really interested in clarification to the township residents about this proposal, the rationale. I assume everybody running for the board studied last fall the way the Board of Trustees operates. Was there a plan before the election about changing the supervisor's position? And if not, what actually has changed? Why is it being proposed? Why it's necessary? I really want to understand the overall cost involved, including legacy costs. I heard that earlier this evening. And what would the cost be if a township manager or administrator is also added to the township? I think this would be very helpful information for township residents as we try to understand the proposed changes to the administrative structure being discussed. And I thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. Alice Owings?
Hi, thank you. I didn't get my hand fast enough up during the FOIA discussion. I'm
sorry.
That's okay. I had obviously, Jessica, you and I went at it on Friday about the long missing DDA minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point you added that you changed my email. You changed the ray line, you changed the content of my email to make it as though I had presented a FOIA request for the DDA minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to be really clear and get a complete understanding from everybody on the board.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys, as our public officials, are supposed to be producing things pursuant to Open Meetings Act, pursuant to the various inspection provisions of Michigan statute, I don't understand how it would become my obligation under a FOIA Act request to then pay for that or those kinds of things. So I really felt that was inappropriate. And I just want to be clear that if the law already provides that you're supposed to have things available for inspection, and if, COVID makes that impossible, and it just seems like the reasonable thing to do is ask for those things that should be available for public inspection. It should never be converted automatically into a FOIA request, which would then shift cost to the taxpayer. Thank you.
And I do want to just clarify one point for the record. I changed subject line to get the attention of our staff and my colleagues. We often use public records interchangeably with FOIA, but you're absolutely right, Alice, about public records requests and being able to walk in and ask for a public record. Certainly no written request is required for that. And we rarely charge residents for any processing of FOIA, just so folks know. Rob.
I think
You got to unmute me.
I think your hand's still up. Are you?
You're unmuted. Oh.
Thank you. These damn newfangled machines. First of all, 2 weeks ago, I enjoyed the lovely example that you guys gave of working with the public, resolving the fireworks issue. And I want to commend you again tonight for being warriors and battling your way through the contentious issues that you had robust discussions about tonight. And I want to commend you that this is what we need. We need you working together. We need you hanging in there and continuing to be a benefit. One thing I'd like to remind us that several hours ago, we heard from Mary Gillis and Carrie Letke, and I would suggest that you transcribe and print those comments and put them over your desks to help guide you as you're adapting to this new job. Well done tonight, and keep hanging in there.
Thank you, Rob.
So I don't see any other hands raised, and therefore I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Moved by Jerome.
Support.
Support by Knol. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoft, yes. Courteau,
Yes.
Jerome,
Yes.
Knol.
Yes.
Motion passes, meeting adjourned at 11:20.